A short, most of the time, that I make takes me about 30 minutes to an hour. And then maybe in 6 months, it'll pay me a couple bucks. Shorts are awful. Winky face. Which is why I wear jeans. My face is gonna disappear for a second. I guess what I'm saying is I think you're joking. Raging Cave are trying to make a humorous comment, and I'm not registering it, so. That's probably what's happening. Anyway, chat. The good news is, as not productive in the slightest as my weekend was, I had a good time. I had a good weekend. Did you? I hope you had a good weekend. I'm just gonna bring up a thing that I was talking about at the very beginning, and then we'll dive in. The thing that I was talking about back at the very beginning is I posted this on Discord last night. And just say, very hypothetical question, okay? If I were to sell art prints, how much do you think this is worth? And by art prints, I mean on nice paper, and I would number them and add onto them with pencils. I have this dumb idea of trying to sell drawings. But if I were to do it, I would do it right and not do it on shitty paper and not do it as a drop shipping thing, which is how most merch is done currently. But I'm trying to figure out if it's even financially viable to break even. That's the only question. It's not done yet, anyway. Let's go play some dwarfs. Most of the time when you see shorts, it's just memes and cuts and previews of something in the upcoming vid. Most of the time you see shorts and previews, it's somebody with a hired editor who likes editing shorts because they get paid for them. I don't like editing shorts. I edit them when I need to. Equals materials plus labor plus additional value plus you generally go with however long I spent as a baseline wage plus. Yeah, I mean that's the logical, like that's how I factor in how much I need to make off of a video for the video to be worth making, right? It's like what you would consider to be your hourly wage essentially, with some profit on top, ideally. I think with art, it's hard because it's like the value of what you perceive your thing to be worth plus what people would be willing to pay for it. And I'm already seeing like some pretty varied numbers, right? Like in YouTube chat, I'm seeing $50 to $80 depending on what it is for black and white only without color. And Twitch chat, I'm seeing like around $200 minimum, and it's like, okay, that's a pretty wide window. And then 15 bucks, you know exactly. Yeah, see, here's the thing. If I... That wouldn't cover the cost of 3 pencils. So if you take the, like... The equation posted by Void's Umbrella, also, like... shipping would likely be about $30 per item. Likely. So, I'm not even factoring shipping in right now in my head. So. Can you fold it into a plane and smuggle it over the border that way? I mean, I could just, like, put it in a bag and cross the border, but maybe that's something I would have considered doing, you know, 5 years ago. Not so much now. Just throw it really hard. Just have to find an American tourist who's going back to the States. That's all I need to do. There's plenty of those out here. All right, so this is Surprisetown. The problem with art, you can just leave it there today. No, it's fine. Like you're listing out. So, for a little bit of clarity here, this is a hobby I've picked back up after not doing it for a really long time, drawing, and I'm finding myself doing it a lot and really enjoying it. And I'm a sick individual who wants to turn everything that he does into, I don't know, not an income source, that's the wrong term, but like, I feel like if I'm doing something that isn't working itself back into what I do for a living, it's a waste of time because my head is sick. And it's just started to pollute this idea in my head that this might be something that I could do. And I don't necessarily think it's impossible. I think that it's something that I would consider doing limited runs of, trying to make something of actual value. Because the thing that's always bothered me with merch is that, for better or for worse, it's kind of cheap. Like, the mugs are great, right? But that's just because it's a mug. And that's why I focus on mugs and don't generally focus on clothing. Because, like, I can commission a piece of art, put it on a mug, and that's okay. I could take one of my drawings, scan it in, and put it on a mug. And I'm probably going to do that. Like, in all seriousness. But that being said, to me, the actual interest and the actual value of it is in the physical thing that I did with my hand. And I just think, personally, it would be incredibly gratifying to be able to pull that off. And even if it's just I sell 5 of them, and then that's it. They're sold out, they're sold out. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's not something that would just be oh, this is unlimited stock, you can just buy them whenever you want them. This is a thing that I'm genuinely enjoying doing, that if I can make this into a logical part of the pre-existing business, that just makes a lot of sense. You know, that's also a very fair statement, Gronzi, but let me tell you this. It doesn't need to make money, but it would be real nice if it paid for the supplies. You're primarily a craft artist, and the general concept of value for a handmade mug has been set so much lower due to how cheap commercial ones are. No, I get that. I almost bought a handmade, not ceramic, clay mug yesterday, which was shaped like a mushroom and had mushrooms going up the side of it. The thing was fucking dope. Like awesome looking. I was like looking at that, I was like, man, do I want to spend $60 on a mug? It's like, no, I just bought my meds. I need to not do that. I need to wait a couple paychecks. But like that's the thing. It's kind of a. But here's the side part of this, and I know this sounds really dumb, but like since moving, I've been spending a lot of time in town and talking with people, and I live in a place now that actually has community, and actually has like small businesses and stuff around that are run by cool people that aren't just big corporate things. And like there's a record store that I go to pretty frequently and trade stuff in. I'm not going to say the name of it right now, but I know the owner. I see him at shows pretty frequently. And I was talking with him about art recently and was showing him one of the smaller things that I drew, which is just like an eyeball on a giant building, basically. And he's like, oh yeah, no, I chucked that up on the wall if you had it in a frame and put a price tag on it. And it would just look cool on the wall. And if somebody bought it, then somebody would bought it and I would give you credit. Stuff like that. So like there's more benefits to me doing like going this route than just tossing stuff up on fourth wall that I'm shipping directly, if that makes any sense. So there's more to it beneficially for me than just selling stuff through my stream, if that makes sense. One of your friends spun pottery bongs to sell them at $35 when they're easily worth $100. I have a ceramic bong that cost me about $150. So yeah, no, I would, if they're like not small, absolutely. Sorry, I should read through who's in the fort. Currently, we've got Jack Narick, Nights Are Slow. We also have Kami Jr. We got Eggs and signed Dad. Cough. Tiny Hippo, thanks for the 7th month. I will say there was a moment in my history where I considered buying a bunch of bongs from AliExpress and then putting my logo on them and selling those. But I didn't actually do it. I also learned recently while I was going through the behind the scenes of Fourth Wall, which is basically just like Shopify, they actually have a section for glass paraphernalia is the actual like descriptor in their category, which I thought was really funny. We've got Bascribit, we've got Donut, we've got Haggard, and we've got Bastet, we've got Joshta, we've got Emily, we've got Wolf, we've got Fakio, we've also got Clockwork Dragon, not to be confused with the Clockwork Orange. We've got Lexcan and Enter Bunny, the second. And our Dwarf Redemption's up. Name something should be up. So if somebody wants to name something, you could probably name something. If it's not up, please tell me, and then I'll make it work. We've got Snail. We've got Oblivion, Hilmar, and I think that's everybody. And if I missed you, shout. Let me just double check and make sure it's up. Never mind, it's up, because Cthulhu Dancing got it. Craftsdwarf, do you want to name Cthulhu Dancing? You do still have a dwarf, so what am I naming it, Cthulhu? What am I naming this Craftsdwarf? Stonecrafter, Craftsdwarf, because Cthulhu Dancing is still alive. It was like $35. So about 50 Canadian. Right? So they're probably spending like... They're probably making like $5 profit on that, if I were to bet. Yeah, but I'm not naming it Cthulhu Dancing. Cthulhu Crafting, I see. Which one do you want? Do you want the Stonecrafter, the Stonecrafter, the Stonecrafter, or the Craftsdwarf? Stonecrafter, the Stonecrafter, the Stonecrafter, or the Craftsdwarf. Or one of them, well, actually, no, both the Metalcrafters are named Craftsdwarf Camp. The competition rises. She strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She has a strong sense of duty, though she finds that this can conflict with her sense of independence. She is extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills, and she does not generally seek retribution for her past wrongs. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is quite polite and often is nervous. She's moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she is stubborn, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontation. She works to express natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to think before acting, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and likes a little excitement now and then, and repeatedly snaps her fingers when she's trying to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. You're being crafted a lot. There's lots of stones, Stone. She personally greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and treasures independence, and dreams of creating a great work of art. In regards to clothing for the YouTube chat when it comes to merch, my issue with clothing is that, like, selling clothing as merch is like, if it's screen printed like this, if you just set your washer on the wrong setting once, it kind of fucks it. And while I don't mind that, because I think most people know that, it just kind of feels like I'm participating in fast fashion, and I don't like that very much. So, like, I have it there because people like it, but I try to not prioritize it, if that makes any sense. She is very muscular, yet she has a small build. Her eyebrows are extremely long. Her nose is somewhat short, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her ears are somewhat tall, her head is somewhat short, and her hair is mahogany. Her medium-length hair is neatly combed, and her skin is brown. Her eyes are raw umber. And seriously, Tiny Hippo, thanks for the 7th month. Jack, can I get a round of... Can I get a round of beers? Maybe if I ever take a pottery class and get to make a couple of things, I'll sell a blind bong. Some otters. Although I'd have to probably auction it at that point. I really need a better body disposal method. But it is what it is. Alright, so I need to do kind of a status report on this fort because it's been a minute. So this is the front door over here. The front door then goes down into here. And then there's 2 different directions it goes in.
Me too. Beers.
You too. Thanks for the 7th month, Jay Martin. Appreciate you. The original entrance goes down this way, down this central staircase, and then over to here. And then this leads into the fort. We've got some squads that are just returning from a siege. And then over here we've got the tavern. We've got these double high bedrooms, which actually saved the fortress because of the tragic flood where everybody died. All of the bodies are over here. Well, most of them are. We were actually able to dig around the top here and let dwarves out of the bedrooms before they starved to death. And then also dig up and over here and over to there and get into the lever room and block the flooding. Gronzi, thanks for the first bits of the week. And Ilmirin, thanks for the $1. If we kind of go up around here, we've got our little farming area. This is water that's draining, and there's a bunch of bodies up there. That's grim. Over here, we've got... I think, yeah, this is a guild hall. We've got the barricaded hall. We've got more guilds, and offices, as well as... What is this being used for? This was also a guild, right? Yeah, that's also a guild. Up here, we've got our tavern. And over here is our temple, which was a Craftsdorf hall, but I transformed it into a temple because it made more sense that way. We do need more bedrooms again, even though we were all caught up for a little bit there. I need to stop zooming out. Stop it. And then over here, we've got more bedrooms. And then over here, we have a big drain. Now, the drain connects to this alternative entryway over here, which I need to probably block off with a bridge. But it goes down into here. Whoops. Over to here. So actually, I should probably block it off with a bridge right here, because that will be easier for me. So let's just queue this up. And, yeah, no, let's just use claystone. That's fine. So there's a bridge right there. It kind of goes around the corner here, up and over, and then back down and around to over here. Where it enters the fort. When we lock it here, and again, lock the baddies in there, I can then drain this, which is coming from here, which is connected to down here, which comes from the ocean. So essentially, I can instantly flood this entire thing and drown everything inside of it by opening one lever, which is this. Opening this drains an entire layer of the ocean, essentially, into this room. The other thing that we can do is, because I had to drain the ocean to stop flooding my fortress, don't mind the goblin body there, this right here is a little tube that goes all the way down here, which connects to a drawbridge, which goes down into here, and effectively, with the pull of a singular lever, drains the entirety of the ocean. The game run bad for a little bit, but it's fine. So that's what we're up to. We are playing this fortress with no in-game alerts on, so when I unpause, I'm not really going to have any indication of when things happen, except for when dwarves return, because I don't know how to turn that one off without also turning off an alert that we've agreed I can keep on. We are slowly going to war. By slowly, I mean we are attacking things. We are positioned right about here. We are a member of the Hammers of Dance, which is a very tiny civilization, which has a necromancer tower. And that's about it. It's like a necromancer tower, and I think... Where is it? I think there's a singular helix, but I'm not seeing it right now. I think we had that one. Oh, it's a goblin helix now. Well, that sucks. So we have a necromancer tower. Yeah, that's it. Maybe I should take that goblin site back. Apparently we're at peace with them. I call bullshit. I don't think that's right, man. I don't think there's any peace here. Like, we're at peace. It's fine. So yeah. Life sucks for this tiny little faction. What I'm thinking for this fort is we play it for this week and then call it for this fort. Is kind of my plan. And also the door is open, so if you guys hear sirens, no, I'm not getting arrested. It's just an ambulance going by or something. But let's go invade somebody. I did manage to steal some primordial items, I think. Yeah, I got a primordial bracelet and a primordial ring. What the hell is this? Dwarf Fortress. Bean Guini. What is a bean guini? Is it like bean pasta? Mysterious lair. Mysterious lair. Looking for palaces. Lair, 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 lair. That's terrifying. The Lie of Lords. Username checks. Ah. What are primordial items? They are items that have magic powers. These ones seem to cause blindness. They're kind of an adventure mode feature. They exist in these mysterious palaces and mysterious dungeons. The mysterious layers just have weird sphere things that kind of look like gems, but don't actually do anything. That's got a lot of stuff in it. But I'm going after these layers because I can get items out of them for free. Ooh, there's the pits of insight monsters. Let's go explore the pits of insight monsters because there's nothing there. And we're pretty close. So that's what we're doing. You can get them by raiding the locations in Fortress mode. Similar to how you're technically only supposed to be able to get... what's it called? You're technically only supposed to be able to get... godlike armor and what's it called? The generated metals items from either digging too deeply or breaking in to a vault. But if you find a vault, you can then raid it in Fortress mode and still get the items. I had that. My last adventurer had, I think it was 3 different items with force push, and then 2 that could shoot bolts of ice. So whenever I'd run into an enemy that was small enough to push, I would just like repeatedly blast them into the wall. It was pretty effective. I'm not gonna lie. It was just like whoop-bam, whoop-bam, whoop-bam. Okay, next. So let's see where you're headed. Because you're clearly going somewhere with a wheelbarrow. Oh, I see. Yeah. Also need to keep track of what's on the map. I mean, there is a forgotten beast on the map who lives down here. I think he's rotting. Nope, he's just on top of something that is rotting. This thing doesn't currently have any access to the fort. It does have webs, though. Interesting concept, that. I kind of... This fort more than most. I'm really tempted to just make a web spitter trap. And, try and use that to catch forgotten beasts in cages. Why don't we do that? Where are we right now? Because I could do that pretty easily, like right around here. I mean, that's Hornblende, I think. Because, like, I just need to have a little room along here, and then this just be full of cage traps, right? But then the thing is, I would need to probably have something on a chain down here, and then lock the door. Yeah, I could do that. I can make that work. That could absolutely work. What, like a day-long cooldown? There's no way you guys don't hear that siren. That is like right next to my apartment. I'm just gonna go close the door. It's not actually that hot in here yet. It was like 16 degrees the other day outside and got a little warm in here with the door closed, so. Such is the life of living next to a road, you know? We'll just let them dig that out. They'll get there eventually. You're dizzy and nauseous. Oh well. Why would he nerf webbing? Webbing works as intended. Just use ranged weapons if you need to get around webbing. I don't personally think webs are OP. Like, they're dangerous, yeah, but some things need to be dangerous. If anything, like, the thing that's broken is deadly dust. Webbing is, like, very counterable if you, like, know what you're doing, I guess. Deadly dust is not. So, if anything needs to get nerfed, it would be deadly dust. I think that there's a lot of things that need to be done to magic items, and what you're suggesting, Tilla, is possibly a route they could go. But I'm going to echo essentially what Tarn is saying, which is the system that you have right now is an unfinished prototype, and they are exploring options to make things better and make more sense, which right now they don't because it's an unfinished prototype. So, you know, such is the way of Dwarf Fortress development. There will always be unfinished prototypes to a degree, and we'll see what they end up deciding to go with. Right now, we don't know what they're going to end up going with, because all we have right now is an unfinished prototype. And I'm making more bedrooms. Yeah, like, all of the magic items right now are just very much kind of a proof of concept. It's just like, oh, there's a million different ways they could go with the chosen quest lines. It's like, yeah, no, absolutely, there's a million ways, and they would agree with you. And there's also probably a million suggestions and different things that they could theoretically do. But right now, all that's actually there is just is prototypes. It's just like proof of concept stuff. And they're messing around with options. What is Deadly Dust? You're newer to the game. Deadly Dust is it's sort of like poison gas, basically. It's a substance that can have any number of different effects attached to it. That could be everything from like, well, the dwarves are dizzy, to they fall asleep, to their skin rots off, like all kinds of varying levels of distressingly terrifying effects. Oh, everything. Literally everything that is magic related that came in with the Adventure Mode release is placeholders and will be modified. Yes, Gronzi. As a proof of concept to get the system in there. And that's how Dwarf Fortress development works. A proof of concept system comes in, and then several years later we get an expansion on that concept. But at this point, ideally, it'll be a concept comes in, and then a more discernible amount of time later, we get additions to that concept. Except bees? I mean, I would argue that bees are actually a fully functional system. The problem with them isn't that the system isn't fully functional. The problem with bees is that meat is valueless. That's the problem with bees. Bees themselves function, more or less. Well, like within some semblance of reason. I'm actually going to drop down the priority on all this to priority number 5. So if they do this last. Because as useful as this stuff is, and as much as I need the extra stone, I'm just going to nick this one down a little bit. No. No, alcohol value is manually inputted and an equation. And for some reason, all mead has a value of 1, which doesn't make any sense. Which is why people, myself included, will often tell you that mead is a waste of time. Because dwarves don't get as happy of a thought from it unless they specifically like it. So, and also because of the way bees work so that they don't crash the game due to overloading your CPU, bees are also limited. So you can only have a certain number of bees per map. Otherwise, it's too much CPU requirement. And due to the limitation of the amount of bees you can have on a map at any given time, it's simply put very, 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 very difficult to actually have a whole fortress use nothing but mead. Because people want to focus on it because it's a unique thing, which is cool. But if you only go for mead, you'll only ever have enough alcohol for about 60 dwarves. It's mathematically impossible to have enough for a full fort. So it's more of like something that you yourself want to dedicate to and not really a practical thing outside of that. Really, to me, I think the only thing that mead needs to be more manageable in a gameplay sense is honey products need their own stockpile, which do not allow bins or barrels for jugs so that you can separate jugs. Because if jugs end up in a barrel, then you can't get the byproducts of making honey out of the jugs. Unless you remember to turn on don't mix similar food types in barrels. Which if you check that, then it's fine. But a lot of people just be like, oh, there's bugs with jugs. It's like, well, they end up in barrels. Then they have the seeds problem. Is mead worth it? Is anything in Dwarf Fortress worth it? Because, like, Dwarf Fortress is like a self-driven personal satisfaction thing, right? Doing a thing in Dwarf Fortress is often more about saying that you did it, and less about whether or not you get a mechanical benefit from it. Where do you set barrels to not mix? Hit U on your keyboard. Go to labor, standing orders, other. Mix similar foods and barrels. Do not mix similar foods and barrels. This will require like twice the barrels, but you won't have conflicts with like, oh, why is there pigtails in my barrel in the plump helmet stockpile, right? It'll stop them from putting similar foodstuffs. It's also like vitally important if you want to do like very specific cooking. So I usually leave it off because that's rarely something I do. But if you want to do honey, you basically need to turn that on. The old Heisenberg on medium seemed invincible. That's a funny pun. Have you tried to make a bee hallway to sting invaders? It doesn't actually do any damage. The only use of a bee hallway in that sense is to sting your own dwarves to train your diagnosers and your doctors. And give your doctors happy thoughts because they helped somebody who was injured. Mostly that, in fact. That's the actual only real benefit. But there's zero actual combat benefit to getting bees to sting enemies. There's no reason to do that. It's completely pointless. Well, more like, because dwarves don't actually get bothered by bee stings at all. Like, there is no negative thought associated with getting stung by a bee, as far as I know. And some dwarves like bees, so if anything, that's actually not torturing them. It's a pot. They like it. And then once you start doing that and you start going down that grim hole, then you can your medical dwarves and all your dwarves who want to help somebody grab that dwarf by the throat and drag them to the hospital and throw them into a hospital bed and go, you got a bee sting. And they go, oh no, anyways. And then they stand up and they walk away. And your diagnoser gets a happy thought. The dwarf who got dragged to the hospital sometimes gets a happy thought for being able to rest and recuperate, or they get kind of a mixed to negative thought for having to be forced to rest and recuperate. And sometimes they'll even get brought a meal or like get the wound washed, which also usually gives them a happy thought, and trains your doctors and helps any dwarf who wants to help somebody, which gives them happy thoughts. So, I mean, think of that the way you want to think of it. It's not really that negative, per se. I mean, I wouldn't put it in the tavern, because that's just... For me, what would bug me isn't the bees everywhere, it's the fact that we're squishing our bees constantly, which would cause them to sting. Mandatory rest? I guess the actual problem is, like, not all dwarves actually enjoy resting and recuperating. It's like, some dwarves will repent when they go to the hospital, or not the hospital. Some dwarves will repent when they go to prison. And then some dwarves will just be like, I was arrested! Their words, not mine. They said it. So, yeah, I don't know. Bees are weird. I think, like, literally all Tarn needs to do is just put some asterisks on them, or give, like, in the stockpile zone here, make a specific, like, honey product stockpile that just has default settings so that it doesn't encounter those issues. And also make them not a value of 0, which, as far as I know, is literally just a typo and could probably be patched out in about 10 seconds. It's just that they haven't returned to them. So, like, to answer your question, is mead worth it? Depends on if you think it's worth it. And I wish I could give you a more direct answer than that, but that's all I really got. I don't think it was meant to be a value of 1,000 per mead, but... Oh, my squads are back. Let's see what they got. So one went and raided Dark Muscles! That's a good name. I know it looks like they went over the ocean, but they probably just went through the caves. I swear they didn't swim. The Hammers of Dance attacked the intensive quintessence of an unknown civilization at Dark Muscles. And the dwarf Deller Baskribit led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human cave ancient Ismar Sunderscourged. What a good name. Sunderscourged sounds like an upgrade you'd get in, like, Binding of Isaac. It's the Great Sunderscourge. Sunderscourged with the cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Dark Muscles. The violent end, led by the dwarf Baskribit, clashed with 4 hungry heads. Hungry heads, really? The violent end, led by Baskribit, clashed with 23 goblins, slaying 10. Human Cave Ancient's toe was squished, and then they struck him down. Seems like Ulan got it. Flagspring got it. Clashed with a single giant Olm. They killed a Jabberer. They killed 4 lions, 4 jaguars. So we can go hit that again, probably. Let's go pillage it. It's just an analogy of the approximation of where they went. I assure you they didn't actually cross the ocean. Boats don't exist. Same with this one. I also assure you they didn't actually cross the ocean. Yeah, the lines go across the ocean sometimes. Dwarf Fortress is fun. The forces of the Salty Shocks, unironically, they're probably using a cave somewhere. The forces of the Salty Shock searched insight monsters, and we stole a bunch of books. Time spent with the moving sun. Oh, see, like, they didn't take the caves back. They're taking the land back. How good's their swimming? They're not swimming. They're taking the caves, guys. I swear. I guarantee you they're just leaving through the caves. Did they walk on water? Yes, they are Jesus. Next question. The primeval? What is that word? Let's go steal some books, whatever. No, only wine, not beer. Primeval? Is it literally pronounced primeval? Probably is, right? You okay there, dwarf? Lemonite's heavy, I guess. Trust me, most of these dwarves can swim. But they're not swimming, so. Chat just doesn't understand how dwarven highways work. I mean, I can't fix that. This is something that has to be discovered and cannot be learned. Nor explained with simple human words. It's a fancy word for primordial. See, I know what primordial is. Although Dwarf Fortress has taught me many words in my life and has made me feel like a smarter human being, I mean, I know what indefatigable is because of this video game. Like, in what world am I ever going to use the word indefatigable? Outside of Dwarf Fortress, I mean, it's just plain silly. Also realizing I'm kind of screwing this up. That's okay. What is this alleyway for? A web spitter? Yes, correct. There's a Forgotten Beast web spitter, and I'm thinking I'm going to use this alleyway to catch forgotten beasts, but not actually do anything else. I'm thinking just forgotten beasts. Speaking of, you over here are going to be connected to the same lever connected to this. So now I'll be able to pull this lever and close this drawbridge and this drawbridge so I can seal the baddies in and, you know, drown them. I also need one for up here, but this will be connected to a different lever probably. I don't know why there's an iron anvil there. Good code, it's good to see you. I do honestly think, like, sometimes I need a thesaurus to play this game. In regards to defenstration. Indefatigable. I don't think my art's very indefatigable, but I did have to look up the definition of indefatigable when I first saw it written. I was like, what the fuck is that? All right, piggy. Boop. And when this one's plugged in too, we'll get another piggy down here. I had to ask Microsoft Sam to pronounce indefatigable for me too, so... That was maybe the most... I feel really stupid right now I've ever felt while playing a video game. Okay, maybe not the most, but up there. Certainly. You would like a dwarf. Please define dwarf type. Size, shape, age... Well, maybe not age. What job would you like and do you want a beard? Within reason. Also, Pandemonium, hello. And same to you, Mark Gordon. Also, what Darky Boy Wolf said. Someone who just doesn't get tired. It's like, you're inexhaustible is indefatigable. It's up, you know, honestly, best and underused, utilized English words, indefatigable and archipelago. I learned what archipelago was from Tropico. And I live next to one. You'd like a stone cutter. I have Domas, who's a stone cutter. Would you like Lady Stonecutter Domas? Palix? I know your name is P. Alex, but... It's up there with Arpeggio. Shy. Lugubrious. Lugubrious? I'm just going to say Luigi Boyus because that's what it looks like to me, even though that's not even remotely how it's spelled. You like Arpeggio? Yeah, Arpeggio's good. I agree. Etymology? Yeah, etymology is also good. She has a nice face. It's nice. Kind of with the cap on, she kind of looks like an Egyptian guard. Is the name good? She presents herself modestly and frowns on flashy accoutrements, does not trust others, and is often sad and dejected. Does not enjoy participating in most physical confrontations, and of course works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She is stingy with resources. Where was I? She is stingy with resources on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and does not easily fall in love and rarely respects positive sentiments. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. And she doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and often bites her nails when she's trying to remember something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Perfect, Alex. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds the ideas of independence and freedom foolish. Somewhat. Respects perseverance and finds romance distasteful. And likes daysight and trifle pewter, as well as star sapphire and giant red-winged blackbird, as well as leather and crossbows and quivers and ballista parts and turnip plants for their edible roots, and when possible prefers to consume mosquito and apricot wine. And absolutely hates large roaches. We went and explored a temple and got some books back. Ads are about to run. I will wait until the ads are done before we leave this screen. Inevitable. We really like a lot of tibbles. You know? It's like tribbles. We like the tibbles. It's very tibbulating. I feel like I need to apologize for that, but I'm not going to. You know, Joshua Thomas in YouTube chat types in indefatigable. Sure. One of my greatest achievements as a small child, I was like 6, was really realizing that I knew how to spell Madagascar, because it's literally just Mad-gas-car. Like, I don't know why, but I felt like a genius as a small child. Crucible's also a good word, yeah. Crucible's a good word. I also am still mad at a gas car, actually. Or just car in general. Not to be super grim, but one of the reasons I got, like, nothing done on Sunday was because of the news about what happened in Vancouver. SUV drove into a crowd of people, and it kind of wrecked my whole day. Just, like, basically did nothing because of it. I was like, I'm going to sit around and twiddle my thumbs, because that was way too close to where my aunt lives. So what you're saying is you weren't mad or aghast, but it was a bit of a gas? Yeah, I've got a not small amount of family that live really close to there, so. Thankfully, everybody in my family's totally fine, but my aunt was at that event earlier in the day. Just fucked up. You didn't know Dwarf Fortress had roaches? I learned that Dwarf Fortress has gnomes by reading that a dwarf likes gnomes. Like, I played this game for, like half a decade and then was reading the description of a dwarf and I was like, likes gnomes. And I was like, there's gnomes in this game? What? I didn't go to a festival. I did go to a concert, though. And it was a concert on Vancouver Island and not in Vancouver. And it was great! I mean, hold on. Actually. This might be the best shirt I've ever seen, and if you're a metalhead, you'll get it. I really like Dream Theater, but, like, I almost bought this shirt. Almost bought that shirt. It's not quite Primus sucks, but like it's up there. And then the thing that I'm actually going to show you. One of the bands I saw was a Klingon word. Zoth! That was pretty great. And this is just going to sound like a lot of muffled static, so I apologize if it sounds terrible. Hold on. I'm just going to mute Dwarf Fortress for a second here. This was where I was. This is... Okay, so this is a song about the Spider Queen from, like, D&D. That band's great. Also, I got hit real hard with around the end of this video, so it just cuts off suddenly because, like, I got slammed into a wall. It was actually this guy who hit me. So yeah, that's where I was on Friday. Shoutouts to Torify, by the way. I'll just link their Bandcamp if anybody actually cares. There we go. Shoutouts to Necronomisongs. It's pretty good. I mean, who doesn't like some Necronomus songs like Arachnomancer and Please Don't Sue Us, Wizards of the Coast. But, you know, they're fun. And even if you're not into like thrash or black metal or whatever, because they're like a weird hybrid of the two. If you're not into that, just listen to the bass lines because they're funky as hell. It's like he's just screeching over top, and the bass line's going like do 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 do. It's just great. It's a good time. They're very bouncy. I like them a lot. Very silly music. All right, let's get some floors in here. Totally worth the $15. I will go see those guys whenever they're in town. One of the openers was named Dissolver. I don't know if there's any Radu subs in chat, but let's say that Radu has an emote with the picture of a guy, and Dissolver has a song wishing that guy had like more ambition, and that a certain other guy had better aim. That's all I will say. If you know, you know. Why did I dig down the rooms? I'm digging them up, actually. The reason I'm doing that is because there's no alerts in this fort, so I'm kind of doing it as a safety precaution, so if something bad starts to happen, I can see it happening from a distance, is why I'm doing that. Although I'm actually realizing I kind of screwed this up. These shouldn't have been... The doorways shouldn't have been double high, but oh well. But not hear the lyrics. Here's the thing. If you listen to metal like that, you just kind of start to understand it after a bit. Like, I had this weird moment about 8 or 9 years ago where I realized I could understand Cannibal Corpse lyrics. And, you know, it's not even something to brag about at a point. It's not like I'm a better person. It's oh no, okay, I get it. Like, you just... There's two things about that level of metal. One, the voice is a rhythm instrument, so it doesn't matter. Two, if you can't understand it, congrats, you listen to it too much. Also, that was legitimately one of the first bands I ever saw. At least one of the first local bands I ever saw. And they're the only band like that I've seen who still exists as a band. So to me, they hold some importance in my heart because of that. That's what the lyric booklet that comes with the album is for, though, Shadow. Am I still making steel bars? I don't think I am. Nope, nope. Pig iron. Steel bars. Cool. So I need sand then. This is true, but that band at the very least does include the lyrics of their song just listed on their Bandcamp page, so you can just go listen. You can just go read them there if you really would like. We're still making steel. Still making swords. Let's get us another anvil. And that squad's taking a while to get back here. Allow me to take that statement and ask you a very, very personal, important question, Elmiran. This is a local band that I may go see next week. I might not, though, because I kind of don't want to be up until 2 in the morning. But, please, what is the name of this band? I'd like to know your best guess. Your best guess. Just a bunch of S's. Skrillex. I mean, yeah. Speaking of Skrillex, have you heard Skrillex's new album? That thing kind of actually slaps. Like, it's... Slither Slimes is YouTube's chat. Is YouTube chat's guess. Smissertic Scarsex. Okay, sure. Something Sorcerer? Ciliax gets it! Wow! Yeah, it's Liminal Shroud. Say, like, somebody knows what's up! Fucking someone knows what's up! It's Liminal Shroud. It's good bass music, Zavi. Yeah. Also, this is one of the chillest black metal bands I've ever heard. They're almost more of a black gaze band than a black metal band. They're just super relaxing. Like, if you go to metal shows and then those guys are like the second or third band, they're just a super vibey, low-key, kind of relaxing set. I really like them. Like, super moody, atmospheric stuff. Xanos says it's clearly Taylor Swift. Speak now. And enter. You've been revisiting Lacuna Coil, and they're about as hard as you genuinely go. Lacuna Coil is what I would describe as easy listening, but like not in a bad way. Like I don't mean that in even remotely an insulting way. Like, Lacuna Coil is super chill. And, like, I respect that. I'm also kind of realizing I need a way to remove the Forgotten Beast to actually be able to use this, so... That'll be my beast trap. I don't know what that is, suited, but I'm sorry for making you hungry. Lanix!
Why you quoting Hobbit on this Dwarfen channel? Crypsis cheers to 25 months blind. Good to see you as always.
I don't know, because I saw Taylor Swift lyrics and or a Taylor Swift song name and it reminded me of The Hobbit. Because I was talking about bands and music. That's why. Yeah, to me, Lacuna Coil was always the other Nightwish. Or like the other Within Temptation. Maybe the less goth Within Temptation, I guess. Not goth as in like goth, but goth as in like gothic. How goes the fort? Pretty good. I'm setting up a thing to catch beasts. Because there's a web-spitting forgotten beast on the map. Oh, duders are back. Still alive, still happy. Enter Bunny. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. To give you an idea on how long it's been since I've really listened to Nightwish, Marco retired, like the bassist. Like the guy who did all the male vocals for that band. Like he's retired. And just like writing like folk music now. It's like in Finnish folk music is what he's doing these days. The Hammers of Dance attacked the insensitive Quintessence at an unknown civilization at Dark Muscles. I love that name. That's not going to get old anytime soon. We unrolled a brilliant tactical plan. I'm going for weapons. We've killed a bunch of goblins. We got a stone great axe. Excellent. I wonder if we can use that. I hope we can. A primordial stone great axe, which was looted by a dark wolf. Well, by Wolf, rather. So let's see if Wolf can use that. A platinum splint. Okay. It's a heavy splint. You're already using a steel battle axe. Yeah, we can. Now we're cooking. Let's see if you actually equip it. Wouldn't it be cool if you did? Let's just make sure they're set to train, which currently they're not. I would like to see if you actually go equip it. Wouldn't you want to use like aluminum though or something? Something lighter? Oh, he decided to take a nap. Lead splints. You know, lead jewelry is unironically a really good way to strength train your fort. We're almost at the point now where I can start making boots and then just tell them to replace their clothing with gear. We're almost at that point. So just as a reminder to everybody, because I haven't actually looked, I am live on 2 platforms currently. So we're live on Twitch and also YouTube. To the 67 of you on YouTube, there's only 29 likes. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. And to those of you watching over here on Twitch, I just want to say a real quick thank you. If you want faster responses and, quick, better interaction, hang out here on Twitch. But if you would like to support the YouTube stream as well with no cost to you, you can either lurk on both or just go simply leave a like. Sorry for ruining your favorite like, I guess your favorite view number, Stone. Ankle weights, yeah, kinda. So did you equip it? Damn it. Let's see if I tell you to not use a shield, because it is a 2-handed weapon. I'm a little bit worried he won't be able to, because it is a great axe. Are you a part of the military? Yes. And chat, just something I was talking about a little bit earlier. Xanos Carthage in YouTube chat puts $2 into the YouTube chat in a super chat and says, I'd like to watch at a cost to me. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you. For the $2 hairs. Hello, Mass Morass. Hope things is goods. I will thank you, J. Martin. Appreciate everybody with the hats next to your name, because you guys do keep the stream funded. Right. The thing that I was saying. I'm taking next week off stream. So if you want to give me money, do it this week. And the reason I'm taking next week off stream is because I just slowly plucking away at videos every weekend ain't worth it. I don't get weekends. I'm just tired all the time, and it's burning me out. So I'm going to take next week off stream and edit all week. I was kind of debating yesterday about maybe doing a sub goal or a tip goal or something, but it just feels wrong. So I'm going to take a week off of stream next week and just sit and edit that vampire video and get it done. So essentially, it's not a rest. It's just a different format of work for a week. And if you would like to pay me to not stream next week, you can do that by, throwing money into the chat this week. Except I'm going to add a uniform for these guys, and it's going to be bodywear, armor, material, steel, headwear, helms, material, steel, legwear, greaves, material, steel, handwear, gauntlets, material, steel, footwear, high boots, material, steel, shields, material. Actually, shield we'll just leave, whatever. And then individual choice melee. And we're going to call this steel gear and replaces clothing. Confirm and save. And I'm going to unpause this. I need to make 4 more pairs of pants before we can actually do this. Whoa! Drovin, thanks for the $10. Cthulhu Dancing, thanks for gifting a sub to Anner Bunny. I'm slightly sad that I can't equip that weapon, but that's okay. I will put it on a pedestal over here so I don't forget that I have it. A bearded dwarf, please. Any preference of job or just beard? Smotters. I usually use either or, not both. Tell ya. Any job is fine, so just dwarf with beard. Okay, Weaver it is. Did you have a dwarf in this fort previously? I think you did, right? So this would be 2? Not this one? Okay. I can't keep track. He's intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. Is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will naturally, of course, be the one that comes to pass. He has a sense of duty, and he is quick to anger, curious, eager to learn, and hesitant, and is currently more confident in his... wow, I can't read. He is curious and eager to learn and currently more rude. Must have had a bad night's sleep. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of raising a family in this dream was realized, and personally sees the whole idea of introspection completely offensive and contrary to the ideals of a life well lived. He has abandoned any attempt of self-control and finds the whole concept deeply offensive and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. You are a wild dwarf. likes magnetite and rose gold, as well as moonstone. I can't speak today either. Moonstone and oyster shell, as well as maces, low boots, and anacondas for their great size. Whip vines for their length, and the words of the lutes of pantomiming and the sound of the glittery sparkles. And when possible, of course, he would prefer to consume sloth, anchovy, and bilberry wine, and donkey's milk, and can't stand jumping spiders. He's killed nothing. He's only ever been a member of this faction and has a baby and a wife. So yes and no. Well, you can't reforge the primordial items. Because they're not metal, they're metal. Also, we are getting sieged with a petition, which means I can't actually disable it. Apparently, they are appearing and then immediately leaving, too. Deny? Because they left? I don't know how to respond to that. So watch the population drop because some child got kidnapped. Steel high boot. Let's just do 10 of those. 20 of those, actually. And then steel greaves. Let's bump that up to 5. Because I need more greaves. The biggest issue I've had so far with the lack of alerts is the number of things that still have alerts. I mean, anything with a petition involved, I can't disable. Sieges seem to be hard-coded so that it jumps you there regardless. But outside of that, I think the biggest potential issues I could have had were both negated by traps. So, like, it's very possible I could have had a pretty bad problem with a were creature that arrived, but I was able to avoid that because it got caught in a cage trap. I could have had a pretty big issue with a forgotten beast, but it wasn't able to get into the fortress. Migrants keep arriving without me noticing. I had an issue with a job canceling that I didn't notice for longer than I would have normally. It hasn't been that big of a deal. So the overhangings and such. I mean, I do a lot of that anyway. The vertical bedrooms are a bit different for me, though. I don't normally make them this vertical. Like, right now I'm a little nervous because there might be stealthed enemies on the map, but we'd probably have seen them by this point. Yeah. I don't know why that siege arrived and then immediately left. It's odd. Did I make a repeating door job? Yes, I did. I'm gonna lurk hardcore today because this week is looking painful as fuck. Repeat as a repeat of last week. Oh, that sucks. Well, I hope that you're able to get through it. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the hardcore lurks, if nothing else. Let's just keep a surplus of 25 beds. Oh, certainly. Ned Flunders. Certainly. We're in an ad break, so I responded in text to that in case they didn't see it. But I'm going to keep the game paused until the ads are done. I wouldn't play it, nor am I interested in that, Tilia. I really like the perspective Dwarf Fortress has, and I've played a lot of isometric games in the past, like Roller Coaster Tycoon. They don't play that well when you're trying to construct things vertically. You may also be in an ad. Chat, just as an open question, why in the hell do you guys want Dwarf Fortress to be isometric so freaking badly? Is it just because it looks cool? Because I won't deny that. But playability-wise, I find isometric games to be significantly more fiddly and cumbersome to actually play. So I don't understand why people want that. Like, I've done a lot of playing of Roller Coaster Tycoon, and that's not really a flex, I guess, but I have. And the number of times that I had to rebuild an entire thing because I was at the wrong angle slightly and thought that I was building a thing in a certain spot, but it was actually 2 tiles too far south or north. Yeah, I have no interest in that. Absolutely none. But no, I have no interest in that ever being a vanilla feature. And if it was a mod, I wouldn't really use it. It's just not something I have any interest in whatsoever. It's like, I think if you haven't played much of this game, I could see why you would think you want that, but having played a lot of this game and games that try to be like this game, especially games that try to be like this game and use that perspective, I don't want that. Especially considering there was a point in much older versions of the game where there was a button that was called View, V, which actually rendered the game in like a pseudo 3D perspective, but it was removed because, according to the patch notes, as Tarn wrote them, it was annoying to develop and practically useless. So, if that says anything, I guess. Sure, but that's like if you personally feel that it's lost, just load the game in Stone Sense then. Why does it need to be playable? I don't know. I personally don't feel that any of the visual is lost. I think that Dwarf Fortress has a unique charm to it in the way that it looks. And while I completely agree that it takes some getting used to, it's not something that you can look at the first time and immediately understand why it's cool looking or why a fort is cool looking per se. But to me, I think that's part of the charm of the game, is that a lot of it is left to imagination. I personally don't like Stone Sense all that much because I honestly feel that it removes a lot of the charm from the game. Like, as an example to this, Age of Empires looked better when it was 2D with sprites. In my opinion. I like Age of Empires 4. I think that game's pretty good. But I think Age of Empires 2 visually looks better. And to me, it's a similar thing, where Dwarf Fortress has a particular style, and I really like that style. Obviously, that's a personal opinion, right? You can disagree. That's totally cool. And I think that if you remove that style, it ceases to be the game to a point. Or it ceases to have the same charm that the game has had up until that point. And I personally would be sad if that was deprioritized or like a way that people started to want to play the game. So I don't see the benefit of that almost anywhere. Aw man, Eggs and Wolf got together. That's cute. Yeah, I mean, I think that Stone Sense, like, if you've specifically tried to build, like, Big Ben, the clock tower, or a giant statue, I think it's neat to kind of load it up and be like, ooh, that looks cool. Anyways, and then you close it and you go back to playing the game. I think that there are some streamers and some content creators that run with Stone Sense up all the time, which I'm old, so I guess I have Dwarf Fortress old school PTSD from this, but like Stone Sense, even to this day, can cause some really bizarre random crashes for no reason. That shit stresses me out just looking at it. Like, I'm less stressed out playing with alerts off than I am loading Stone Sense, because I've had Stone Sense, this is a long time ago and probably doesn't do this these days, so it's like asterisk needed. But like, back in the day, there was one time I loaded Stone Sense and it borked my save file. It caused the game to hard crash, and then I had to go back to an older save. I lost like 7 hours of progress. And you only need that to happen once to like ruin something, or I only need that to happen once to ruin something for me forever. And that happened once and ruined it for me forever, I guess. Okay, so that'll be this one. And then I need one here and one here. I think that this is a hot take, and once again, you can disagree with it if you like, all you like. I think that Stone Sense devalues the creativity of very singular level forts. I think that there are some really, really, really cool looking fortresses that have zero verticality whatsoever that are awesome looking. But if you're very, very focused on Stone Sense and building things vertically, you need to realize that you don't actually get any, and I know that we were talking about this earlier with honey and stuff, but you don't actually get any mechanical benefit making things super vertically. Dwarves can't look up. They literally are incapable of it. They cannot get any positive benefits from having things above them. So I think that, and also as somebody who likes making multi-level rooms, I don't think that should be pressured as a mechanical necessity unless the game actually benefits from it in some way. Like, you can absolutely build up, but like zones can't be multi-levels, right? So I don't know. It's an odd thing. I guess I just don't know how to feel about it personally. How are you doing, Rallies? How's things? Do you need to put several zones and connect them to the same library? Sure, but like, as an example, if this is a library zone right here, right? And I actually made a 2-level high area, and this is also part of the same library zone, but there's no accessible location there. All you're going to have is an inaccessible zone. It's not going to change the, well, I mean, it'll change the value of it if there's like engravings or if you go over top of a wall or something, but it's not actually going to benefit the dwarves aside from that their room has a higher value. Like, the dwarves aren't going to be able to look up and see statues that you put up there or anything. That's what I'm trying to say. So, like, sure, you could use that to inflate the value of a room, but it's not actually going to... Like, if you make 2 separate zones and link them both to the same thing, it's not actually going to materially benefit the dwarves in the fortress in any meaningful way. That's all. I mean, I don't think people should feel pressured to build multi-level spaces in Dwarf Fortress, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I think that there's a lot of really cool creativity that happens outside of multi-level spaces in Dwarf Fortress. Tylenol and Advil? Usually, I don't know why you need to take that, so take what you need to take, but usually when I end up being in a situation where I'm just told by like a doctor or a pharmacist, oh, just take Advil, I just don't take the Advil and suffer. I had an ear infection and I just was grumpy for like a week. No, totally, and do it. But do it within reason and to a point that you find gratifying, you know? I think that I've definitely seen people over-focus on things that are just tedious. Basically what I'm saying is don't do things that take away from your enjoyment of the game. If it adds to your enjoyment of the game, go nuts. Do it. Do it. This was the same fort that was flooded. That's why there's so much mud on the lower level. And I'm going to see how these squiddies doing. Oh, game should be unpaused. 1 pants. 2 boots. Well, we're getting there slowly. Oh, am I out of flux boulders? I find that really hard to believe. Not in a burrow, am I? If I just dig through this, that'll put more flux boulders right there. Oh, I know why. It's because they're, that's why. It's because they're taking from a specific stockpile right here. I'm actually just going to make a limestone stockpile and put some wheelbarrows in it. And maybe marble as well. Just to speed up this process. You're making terrariums. Collecting sand. If you place a floor on top of it and deconstruct the floor, that does mop up the mud, but... Forgotten Beast is fighting with a giant olm. Well, at least it's not dead. I think I'm going to send this squad back out. The violent end of surprises. Go hit that Goblin Run Forest Retreat. But is there anything closer? Look at the name of this location, chat. Martin is back. Hello, you just noticed that you were live and you wanted to say a big thank you for all the work on the different tutorials on your YouTube channel. You're discovering and learning Dwarf Fortress and you made it so much easier, and thank you for all your content. Thanks. I'm happy to help, dude. Cheers. How old is this one? We started in the year 1050. So I need to look at the year. Chat, we're going to go raid nightclubs. Actually, we're going to go pillage nightclubs. That's funny. That is funny. 7 years. More like axes, but mostly axes. Greaves, high boots. Okay, let's go steel breastplates. Let's just do 10 of those. Well, regardless, the dwarves is going clubbing. Maces are about as close as you can get to clubs as possible. Oh, also engraving floors and smoothing floors also mops up the mud. So there's that too. Just breastplates. I almost never use chainmail. Well, often I'll use chainmail for Mark's dwarves. I don't generally worry too much about layering gear. I'm very much a, nah, that's good enough kind of person. Then that way they also don't need as much, they often don't need as much, what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for here? Strength. To move quickly, because that stuff's heavy. So cool that you caught the stream today. You can lurk with the stream in one ear and the music in the other while you study. For the 2 tests you have on Monday. What you studying, Serena G? Yes, which is why leather armor is the default for Mark's dwarves. Snail was making an artifact. Chat, you need to remind me if there's an to check for artifacts, because that's the other thing, is failing artifacts is very easy. Snail, the manager, has created Tankosh, a quartzite toy axe, and offers it to the Salty Shock, which is also one of the reasons I'm keeping so many corpses around. This is a quartzite toy axe. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with marquee cut yellow zircons and decorated with cave spider silk and encircled with bands of oval quartzite cabochons and one-humped camel bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of slate and menaces with spikes of pig bone and fine pewter and pigtail. On the item is an image of Zuglar Helms Valley, the dwarf in black bronze. I want that to be the symbol of somebody. Maybe the symbol of... Actually, you know what? Snail, you are my manager. You can keep that as an item and run around with it. Because that's kind of funny to me. Then I'd have to set up the justice system, which I'm not quite ready to do yet. So I'm going to give it to my manager, because they did make it. So you're gonna go run around with a toy axe. Ah! They're your dudes! Is how I'm imagining that. Look at that. All right. Okay, so let's go back down to here. You're hooked up, almost hooked up, you're hooked up, you're hooked up. Now it's just a matter of getting all these boulders out of here. I'm just gonna make a garbage dump over here. And then dump all these, dump that, dump that. Not really. And if you put them into a squad, they drop the item. So you'd have to make it as part of their uniform. So once all these boulders have been dumped out of here, biomechanics and physiology. Oh, damn. Well, good luck with your tests. You know, leave it to my chat rooms to just make me feel incredibly stupid. It's just like, I'm sitting here going like, you know, I've done pretty well, and I like to think I'm kind of smart. And then chat's just like, I'm studying biomechanics and physiology. I'm like, well, that sounds fascinating, and you are much smarter than me. Please continue down this path, and don't play video games for a living. We need useful people in the world. You scrolling down chat. Correct. Lol. Pandemonium. The thing that I always like to return to is you may sometimes see him in the Twitch chat, Dr. Soaps. He also is a regular in my Discord. He's constantly posting Linux stuff. Started going to med school around the time I started streaming, and then vanished from my stream for about 7 or 8 years, and then showed up again, going, hey, guess who just finished med school? And is now a surgeon. So, really put into perspective how much time I've spent streaming. No, you are correct, Pyroth. Of course, everything is your own skills. Like, it's also really interesting hearing him talk about it, because he's just like, he's like, I'm just a mechanic. I'm just a mechanic who's extremely specialized in how your heart works. He's like, but aside from that, I don't know shit about shit. Like, The Hammers of Dance, the silly attacked an unknown civilization at nightclubs. I feel like I'm committing a crime. Baskribit, Vine Hatchets, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human shaman Jal Untoward Waited. Okay. Just teach guitar. Hey, you know, you gotta follow your dream, Droven. I'll bet you your lyrics are great, though, with that master's in philosophy, if you're writing music. When you refer to med school as a trade school, most med school students I know refer to it as a trade school. What? Because I think people like to draw comparisons, right? And, like, I think certain parts of schooling becomes, like, unobtainium for a lot of people who've never even began going down that route. And so they just think that you must be at an upper level of intelligence. I say it kind of as a joke. I don't really mean it. But it's like, it's a specific skill to do a specific thing, right? And it's just something that you had interest in. It is a trade school, just ultra specialized. Exactly, yeah. Shaman equals the DJ. Well, or the dealer. He's just the guy selling the LSD, and also he's dead now, so. The violent end of surprises led by Deller. Bascribit. Also, I need to check something. My face is going to disappear for a second. Couldn't remember if I enabled my recording or not. We got a primeval stone amulet and looted treasure from nightclubs. Excellent. We got an iron chest and a Galena scepter. We stole the entirety of the DJ's equipment. Accurate ending to our dealer Sharman. FBI, open up! So many bad jokes could be made out of that. I'm gonna plop that iron chest down here, though. Oh, it hasn't been placed in the fort yet. Well. How you doing, Telenartho? Hope things are good, man. Have you been writing? I know last time we spoke, work was just kind of all-encompassing. And also, by the way, I haven't forgotten your offer for my weird artsy side channel. I may still do something with that, but probably not until next winter when the weather gets bad. Lanix, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Telenartho. Of resigning from your current job, right? Hopefully that's something that you have the capacity to do and not something that you feel is a necessity. Well, I mean, something you could feel is a necessity, but also... Let's go hit another mysterious palace. One of the reasons I'm doing this, by the way, is so that if I make an adventure, I can just come here and get a whole bunch of magic powers. It's one of the reasons. Get them, boys! Although, actually... I did say pillage. I'm not really hunting for Necronomicons. I feel like no alerts and Necronomicons is kind of a bad combination. Do they have magic? They have some magic. Do they have the magic? Nah, I mean, not really. But there are some magic items, yes. Magic items are more of an adventure mode feature, but they do exist. Got the what now, Ilmirin? Actually, instead of doing this, why don't I do this? Ah, okay. I've never actually seen Labyrinth, so references to Labyrinth are kind of lost on me. I'm not sure, Rihanna Drana. What do I have to do to defend this bounty? I drain an ocean into my front foyer. Is what I do. Also, this is far from the furthest I've gotten into a fort before. This is only 7 years in. I've done hundreds of years. Never watched Labyrinth? I've seen memes. There's a few movies where, like, my only actual exposure to said movie is through memes. What are cave shamans? Shamans who live in caves. Obviously. Okay, so an ad's about to start. I will pause the game until the ads are done. That's what I needed you to do there, Dwarf. Nope. Bones Jonesy. Now, while you're disappointed in me, I'm gonna go take a piss. I will name something for you when I get back. For a second. I've seen The Big Lebowski, yeah? I mean, I fucking hate the Eagles, man. I don't actually particularly enjoy the Eagles. I don't have anything against them, but I wouldn't say I fucking hate the Eagles. But in regards to the cave shamans, it's kind of like Intelligent Undead, where Intelligent Undead have like different titles in each world. The cave shamans are like the keepers of the mysterious palaces in this particular world. Is the actual answer to what are cave shamans. Okay, so now I can close this. And this. Piggy, you better not stand there when you die. That would be extremely inconvenient if you did that. So I need to wait for you to move. So I can lock the door. There we go. And then I'm going to unlock this. And now I wait. Actually, now I go to the Forgotten Beast. It is right here. Because this Forgotten Beast has webs. It's a great scaly theropod. It has 2 long straight horns and a bloated body. Its green-yellow scales are blocky and close set. Beware webs. I did not name your piglet. I was waiting for the ad stand, but I'm just going to catch this. So I'm just going to tell you right now, all of those pigs are going to die. They're being used as bait. Are you positive you want them? I mean, I could give you this one, who will die later, or this one, which will die later. Which one would you like? You want them memorialized. Ah, okay. Which one would you like? The latter? Let's just say left, middle, or right. Let's just go with that. Left, middle, or right. Right? Okay. This feels like a joke based on something, this piglet's name. Oh, I'm gonna feel bad now. She can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and tries to keep her things orderly. I think a quartzite pig statue would be good, yeah? quartzite, yeah? She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract and finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She likes to keep her things orderly, isn't given to flights of fancy, and is quite polite, and doesn't often feel envious of others. Often feels discouraged, and is assertive, and occasionally overindulges. Let's make 3 of these statues. They're going to be made out of quartzite. And it's going to be a new image of 2 boars. And I guess, and then a piglet. Can I not say baby pig? Okay. Well, we'll go with that. Hello, bootlegger. How are you? It is Grim, yeah. Fragger. Well, we'll grab those. Anyway, so this thing comes over here and kills this guy. And now, ideally, you'll just start shooting webs out until eventually one will stick there, hopefully. And I can now open this up. And also close this. Now the hope is that if something comes in here, well, if they're smaller, they'll just get caught in a cage. But the hope is that if they're bigger, this guy will go up here and then shoot webs there to get them caught. And if I need to move him, I can pull him into here, get him to kill this pig. There we go, sweet. So now I can catch Forgotten Beasts here, amongst anything else. I should have also put a lever there. Damn it, I could have also made this into a gremlin catcher. But now if anything else appears and decides, piggy sound delicious, I'm not going to make anything out of those webs, no. I go out of my way to not use Forgotten Beast webs or any kind of webs of that sort with a very simple reason. Named fabric is untradeable because it has no value. And that's a bug that's been in the game since Premium came out. And because of that, I just don't bother because it's kind of a pain in the ass to deal with the used clothing. So I just don't bother. So no, this is primarily a Forgotten Beast trap. This is a trap to catch creatures that are untrappable. Because when you step on a cobweb, it forces you to lie down. And when you are forced to lie down, then you can't, what's the word I'm looking for here? Escape the trap, even if you're untrappable. So if a Forgotten Beast comes in here and they step on the web and they get caught in the web, if they're not a web spitter, then they'll be forced to lie down, ideally. And then theoretically catch them. But we'll see. Anything that is... no, not for Necromancer Experiment leather, I don't think. Although, I've never had a tameable Necromancer Experiment. As far as I know, it's just silk. I haven't seen that on any other materials. It's like also not Forgotten Beast leather. Like, you can sell Forgotten Beast leather. Okay, so we went and pillaged this other place. Let's see how this one went. Dwarf Dweller led the attack. This was the Strong Frigidity. 24 goblins, slaying 10. Swedish EOD, thanks for the 26th month.
Crypt beer.
We killed their leader, who's the Cave Ancient. Thank you so much for the 26th month. Welcome back, dude. What about flying creatures? I said it's webs. Why would flying have anything to do with that? If they're flying and they have webs, then yes. We've slayed all the goblins. We got a Primordial Stone Maul. Time to go to the Toys R Us. I don't think it has anything to do with the type of creature. It's everything to do with the silk. So I mean, if you want to do that, I would just use Stonefall Trap, unless you specifically want to use ballistas. I personally would just use Stonefall Traps, because Stonefall Traps just makes them dive out of the way and dodge, as you're suggesting. So I would just do that. Damn, those look so cool. Look at those fucking things. Let's also check these bedrooms over here and get these finished. Oops, that's an extra bed that doesn't need to be there. Ten more beds have been created. All right. Not bad. No, totally. I mean, the other thing that I would say is I would use catapults instead of ballistas, because ballistas, while they do cause things to dodge out of the way, are much more expensive on ammunition, whereas catapults are just boulders. So in that kind of like fall trap idea, I would just use boulders personally. But at the end of the day, the world's your oyster, so use the material that you see as fitting. I really need a library and a proper hospital. So I'm thinking about places I could put a library that would look cool. And I'm kind of thinking in here. I could have like a walkway going over here. Maybe also a walkway connecting to over here. Although all of this is detailed, I think, so. It doesn't need to fill up this entire space, but I'm just going to dig out a bunch of this. I don't know if you've ever seen somebody use catapults. I've used them as like a dwarven activity because they like training that type of weaponry. So dwarves enjoy doing it, so I will sometimes let them do it. as just like a side activity for the dwarves. So I'm going to swap these dwarves out for steel gear, which means they should all be taking their clothing off, which they didn't, which means I think I probably... maybe they did. We'll see. Which means I probably set the wrong thing. Also, we're getting a migrant wave. We're up to 112 dwarves. It's 22 dwarves in that one. Well, the nice thing about catapults is they don't friendly fire. That's the other nice thing about them. So your dwarves don't feel the need to dodge them. Whereas ballistas do. Which I honestly think is a huge benefit to the dwarves in general, safety-wise. Why is you hauling a boulder? You're moving slowly like... Yes, you're hauling a limestone boulder. Put that frickin' boulder down. You silly dwarf. There you go. Taking your clothes off and you're just wearing gear. But first you're going to finish socializing because that's probably something you really need to do. Okay, so I'm going to look around and go, where should I put pig statues? I think I'll place one in the tavern. I think I will place one here and one here. Although those are boars and not pigs, so I kind of screwed up. I made wild boar statues and not pig boar statues. I hope that's sufficient. If it's not, please tell me. The like artist got the slightly wrong instructions. I'm not sure if how to remedy it. I think if anything, I would, if I was a pig and I was memorialized as a great wild boar with amazing tusks, I would be flattered. I'm just saying, I'd be flattered. It'd be like being remembered as a giant. Which means clearly I'd be remembered as a cyclops by this logic. Man, it smells in there. Also, can I make a statue of Porco Morto now? Let's see if it's considered a legendary figure yet. Nope. Unfortunately, not considered a legendary figure. Okay, well, we'll just roll with that for now, as is. And all of this up here is getting done. Let's begin placing stuff in here. Now that I've done that, let's go here, go around the edge. Let's just do a row of green glass. Maybe not all the way around the edge. Let's just kind of go in a line here. This is going to be my library whenever it's done. And then the rest of this, got 5 left. The rest of this can be different material. 94 Tails. Welcome back for a second month with Prime. Jack, can I get a round of beers? As a reminder, I'm planning to not stream next week. So I very much appreciate the thought of throwing the Prime at me this week, because I will be editing video next week. Because this current cycle of me trying to just edit on the weekends is equaling I get no weekends, and I'm just kind of burnt out all the time. So it'll get you guys a video in a more timely fashion, but it does mean there won't be any stream next week, which means I'm not going to make much money next week. So if you would like to help me out, now's the time to do it. Thanks for tolerating my e-begging. I'm making rock blocks right now. Yes, I am. You can resub if I'm not live. That is correct, yes. But a lot of people forget. If it's a Prime, yes, you absolutely can. I usually get maybe 1 or 2 Prime resubs per weekend, which I always think is kind of funny. I don't like the location of this. Your favorite e-beggar. I'll take it. Okay, so let's skim through some dwarves for a second here. Just kind of looking for dwarves who want martial training or would suit the military in any kind of meaningful way. You want to make romance. Well, obviously the best way to make romance is to get good with stabby stick. I mean, actually not, because you'd find combat distasteful. Kami Jr. wants martial training and excitement. Dreams of raising a family. Let's put Kami Jr. into the military. Let's go here. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Wants martial training. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as being offensive. Yeah, sure. Tech of the Armorer. I mean, pointy stick, stab stick, bonk stick, whack stick, thwack stick, cut stick. That's just a sword. It's a stick with the sharp end. Speaking of sticks with sharp ends, chat, would you guys object to me streaming like 2 hours of half swords demo this evening? Because I've been playing a bit of that off stream. I find it entertaining in kind of the same way Quap was entertaining. Personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time and values artwork. Likes a little tumult and discord. Like, I feel like it's a thing that I've been told to try by a few people for a while and just kind of haven't. You really want to acquire an object, fight. Signed, Dad. Dreams of mastering a skill. you. Martial training. Okay, that's step 1. Can handle stress. Yeah, let's throw Bastet into the military too. This is the secondary squad, so they're not going to get murdered as quickly, most likely. Be extravagant, learn something, craft object, martial training, fight. So creating a great work of art. Fight, craft object, dreams of raising a family, find skill mastery off pudding, milker. Great work of art. I need to make more steel greaves. And breastplates. So I think I'm actually just going to swap these dwarves back to metal so that they can go acquire clothing if they want. To minimize the unclothed dwarves. So let's go find something that we can go attack. That's a Dark Goblin Fortress. Goblin Pits, but I want something that has... Let's just go raise this. It's like I want to go after something that has items in it, but we also just need training, so... This squad is out to go and raise something. And chat, when this squad returns, if I don't do it right away, let me know. Remind me to do this. To check this dwarf's bedroom. Because this dwarf has a bedroom assigned. And I haven't actually checked if that update that they made works. So when this dwarf returns, let me know. And I need to check if they actually have a bedroom still. And also, since we got a migrant wave, I need more bedrooms, so we should do that too. Oopsies. Oh yeah, the other like kind of unseen benefit of making these 2 high bedrooms like this is you actually get a lot more construction materials and brick making materials out of them. No, dwarves that are not in the military will not equip armor. They will equip metal clothing, so like leggings are considered clothing, so you could make like you can make steel leggings. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, so you can make like steel caps and leggings, and they'll equip those, like metal caps and metal leggings, but they will not equip metal armor if it's available and clothing isn't. They just will be naked, because armor isn't considered clothing. Leggings are, though. The reason I'm engraving these floors is to get rid of the mud, by the way. Sure, they're made of adamantine. Adamantine socks are virtually impenetrable. Maybe what I should do, actually, is cancel all this. And then just put windows around the edges. Yes to both, Tilia. Tilia, are you in an ad? Just type in the letter Y or N. I'll respond to that question if you type in Y. I don't know if you're in an ad right now because ads are running. But I think chat's probably already way ahead of you. But currently we're just sitting here and waiting for the ads to end. Also, sup Jetpack Tuxedo. And unemployed Shaku. Update? Wait, what? Shaku? Corn Knob, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for an 18th month. Thanks for continuing to think about me and sticking around and watching the stream. I greatly appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded, dude. And to YouTube folks, thanks for the likes. Ah, right. Yeah, no, just updating gear. So Tilia, in regards to squads, adamantine is light and sharp, which means you don't want to use it for blunt force trauma weapons, but that also means that it's very, 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 very good for weapons that are made out of or made for cutting. But not great for heavy weapons because it's not heavy, it's light. So it's great for shields, it's great for armor because it's virtually impenetrable. And the only difference between adamantine and the god materials, so the generated materials, is the generated materials all act as artifacts, which get an accuracy bonus. I don't know what the bonus is, I just know that it's an accuracy bonus. Because artifact weapons get an accuracy bonus. What was I doing? Statue. Well, no, I was going to go bars in this screen. What do I have? So I'm going to make statues. Let's make lead statues. Let's make 30 of them. And let's also go silver bookcase. Forged silver bookcase. Let's do 10 of those. Hey, chat room, can I get a round of beers for Corn Knob, keeping that subscription alive for an 18th month? And don't forget to check your primes, chat. Those do add up and they go a long way. Heavy metal book binding. Got to make reading a flexing exercise. A flexercise? I don't even know what I'm saying. Tisk. Okay, how the heck did Bastet manage to get boots on? I guess you've just put on boots before you put on shoes. That's interesting. Huh. That's actually kind of funny. It's wildly impressive timing on that. So I've got this Galena Scepter over here, which I've looted from a place. I don't know what I should put on the other one. Just doing this for aesthetics more than anything. Let's get the black opal onto there. That's cool. I do have windows, I think, right? No, I don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Let's just do 25. And collect 25 sand. And Kit, thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Also naming something's up, if anybody wants to grab it. Kind of figured that rock was getting hauled, but I guess not. Wolfist Wolf, your dwarf is doing pretty good. You're quite happy. In fact, you're just returning from a siege. You've done well. You've done well. You do have a notable kill, as well as many other kills. Jetpack of the Tuxedoing. What dwarfith do you want? What kind of dwarf? What male dwarf or lady dwarf? And approximately what job would you like? While I go through this. Reports. We went and raised Steel Mites. Steel Mites is now raised. I can see that the sprite's destroyed. We attacked it, and the defenders were led by the goblin Zom Cyst Spiders. Ooh, gross. Baskervit led the squad with a cunning plan, and they had a strong positional advantage in Steel Mites. The violent end of Surprises, ably led by Baskervit, clashed with 30 goblins, slaying 10, and then it continues. What, jetpack tuxedo? Why is that terrible? Yes, Neezer. Gonna be in the library for a bit? So you would like basically to select the first scholar? Is that what you're saying? These are a bunch of dwarves and goblins with elf names. Which is interesting. First scholar would be Dank. Okay. Oh, they meant cyst spiders. Right. Yeah, it's like legged cancer tumors. It's like something from The Thing. And we destroyed Steel Mites. And the poison of standing fled Steel Mites. We got some lead bars, some silver bars, a lead cage, and a giant Peregrine Falcon leather bag. And there are giant buzzards on the map. I'm kind of hoping we actually get attacked by something today. Terrified while in conflict with what? Enter Bunny has entered a martial trance. Excuse me? With what? Giant buzzards, maybe? Must have been something like that. That's bizarre. We've got the Study of the Dark Fortress down here. We've also got a book that concerns the monastery. There's the lead cage, although this I'm actually just going to melt down. There's Beyond Full Aces, which is stunningly self-indulgent, supposedly. There's a zinc chest, which is adorned with hanging rings of sapphire. Lignite earring. Black bronze splint. A giant raven skeleton. You'll love to see it. That's probably why they're running away in fear. Kiddo's like, well. . or why they were in a martial trance immediately upon returning. It was just a castle. A goblin-run castle is what we destroyed. It was this. Steel mites. But I think we're going to go raise this mysterious dungeon and then probably start going after these goblins. Is what I think we're going to do. I keep on trying to use the room hotkeys from the previous fort. Oh, also, do you still have your bedroom assigned? Yes, you do. Okay. So, good news and bad news. They do, in fact, definitely 100% absolutely keep their bedrooms assigned after going out to combat. Bad news is I'm pretty sure that on top of keeping their bedrooms assigned, they also keep them assigned when they die. So everybody just go report that as a bug, because it certainly happens to me. Or it certainly happened to me, I should say. I'm just going to do the corners of this and then do a different material for the rest of it. Never mind, I just need to use a different material because I'm apparently taking too long to make conglomerate blocks. Why do I always have to kill a dwarf to find out? Excuse me. Okay, so let's just quit screwing around and make this into a library in the corner up here. New library. No visitors as per usual. So who would you like as your scholar? Jetpack tuxedo. I'm thinking that this mechanic Bim seems like a good-looking scholar. I don't know if they'll enjoy it or if they'll be any good at it, but if you have a particular dwarf that isn't a military dwarf right now that you think would be a cool scholar that you would like, let me know. Not once all the science has been done in that regard. Also, chat, if you're listening to the stream right now, could I get a round of beers? I'm curious how many people are listening to the stream. Also, YouTube folks, hit that heart button a couple times. And to the people watching on YouTube, don't take this goal too literally. It's just for the algorithm. Oops, I only set it for 30 minutes, crud. Same thing, but 3 hours. Start goal. It's kind of funny. Whatever is fine. Okay. Oopsies. I'm gonna go with that scholarly looking dwarf. Something that I just kind of want to mention is YouTube considers clicking the heart button interactions. It also considers chat interactions. And whenever I look at my YouTube, like, stats, I guess, for after a YouTube stream, it's always like, there's pretty low chat activity, like consistent. There'll be a couple messages an hour, right? Like maybe 24 or so messages an hour. And then there will be like a spike where it's like 3,000 messages. It'll be like this giant cliff, and it's just somebody clicking the heart button a bunch. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Cool. Jet Pack Tuxedo. Jetty Packy Tuxedo has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution, and has a low sense of self-esteem. Is slow to anger and tends to think before acting. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Generally acts impartially, is also rarely moved to mercy, and tends to be passive in discussions. He lives a fast-paced life and has a greedy streak. He laughs very loudly when he's nervous, and he always points at others when greeting them. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill. Personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Doesn't care about art one way or another and likes zinc and golden barrel as well as picks and the words of the bride of periwinkles and the sound of the glittery sparkles and the sight of the amethyst of glimmer and when possible prefers to consume bumblebee. And banana beer. And absolutely hates toads. When it just says the animal type, it means they literally like to eat the insect, so you like to eat bumblebees. I agree with you on the banana beer part, though. And apparently the place we're currently raising is called Lungheart, so... Also, I have no idea if that cage trap setup in the caverns is even going to work. Also, probably a bunch of books are getting thrown in there. Or they will be as soon as I put those bookcases in here. By that I mean bookcase, singular. Let's use the conglomerate tables. Yeah, we'll just use the closest. Do all that. Let's also go over to here. Okay, so you're making glass windows. I'm actually just going to go furnaces and go glass furnace. Don't want to make you out of raw limestone, thanks. Furnaces, glass furnace, whatever material. Let's go green glass because I've only got 2 of those and it makes sense to make them out of green glass. You like Arby's? I see the joke, but I refuse to acknowledge disrespectfully. So books should ideally be getting moved into here in a relatively timely fashion. And I'm going to put that chest that we stole in here, which is the iron chest. I'm also going to put another chest in here that we also stole, which is electrum chest. But how's things? Lashkiri. Investments are open, chat, to those of you who care. Your high school mechanics teacher used to scream, "Quit screwing around," whenever someone wasn't working. Now you can only hear that phrase in his voice. Yeah, that's completely fair. There's a few things in my life that are like that, where I hear things in a particular person's voice. Although, maybe this just says a lot about me, but whenever I catch myself thinking like that, I'm like, man, I wonder if that person's still alive. I don't know if anybody else ever runs into that, but... just like, man, I haven't thought about that person in a while. Send your wife to go to sleep so you can watch some quality of... Man, I mean, hey. Only if she was okay with going to sleep. Like, that could be kind of grim, but... Honey, go to bed. I've got entertainment I must view. There we go. Books are arriving. Cobra ferried exposed. And this is my tavern. So I'm go over here and throw some additional stuffs down here. I'm also going to go down on the bottom side here and probably make a dining room even. Make this into a little dining room and connect it to the library, probably. Now you need to remember his name so you can check if he's alive. You know, honestly, it's one of the reasons I don't miss Facebook at all. It's just like getting random, like, oh, this person died. Cool, thanks, internet. I didn't need to know that. Now, thankfully, I only hear that about celebrities. It's much less depressing. It turns out celebrities passing away, it doesn't really bother me much. Posting their babies nonstop. That just makes me feel like an inadequate member of society. Like, that one doesn't bug me. It usually makes me happy for whoever the person is, but I did also get that. You know? Although I will unironically say, I haven't been invited to any kind of birthday party or like communal friend group gathering since deleting my Facebook. It's an expense, TBH, if they have kids? No, totally. Also, maybe this is just me being a weirdo about social media in general. You shouldn't post pictures of your kids on the internet. You shouldn't do that. I know why people do, but you shouldn't do that. Is a goblin lady consort? Oh, that's kind of dope. That means it's a goblin who also happens to be a baron's wife or some noble's wife. My outpost liaison for this world is a necromancer experiment, which is awesome. It's like this weird scaly dude with a trunk. Oh no, these are marble. I'll just use a singular boulder, and I can build the rest of this. We'll just wait a little bit until it's ready. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig this way. Actually, we'll go this way. We're going to dig through this and then cut in this way. And we're going to build a little walkway that way. I got you into Dwarf Fortress good and proper this year. You learned a bunch from the first Fortress playlist, and it's been going at it for a couple of months. Hell yeah! Happy to waste all of your free time. You were one of the last people to stop using Facebook in your circles? Well, I'm glad you've come to I'm glad you've left the dark side, I'll put it that way. The violent end of surprises have returned. How are they doing? Went out to go raise Lungheart, which was another, location where we can steal stuff. We stole treasure. The Vanished Destroyer. What a good name for a faction. Has fled the location officially, and we destroyed it. Got a large pink garnet, a bismuth cage, and 2 Rami socks. Are those dwarf-sized socks? This is interesting. Introduction to the human, templates the truth, the examination, the truth, and victory by coffee. I win every day by coffee, chat. I'll have you know. So many dark goblin pits. I read that as spidery sack. It's spider ransack. I want to go after one of these dark fortresses. I think we're okay. We're just going to try and raid this location. Hey, chat. I need a lot of good luck for these dwarves. Because we're raiding a goblin pit with 500 goblins in it. Especially since sometimes they fight with each other. In Dwarf Fortress, you're essentially playing D&D with the dwarves. Pickle power. And you are the DM. So the point and reason behind doing just about anything in this game is saying that you did it and telling a story that you find compelling. In some fortresses, I try and fight every forgotten beast. Sometimes I try and trap them. Sometimes I ignore them completely. It's entirely up to you. The benefit of having access to the caverns is underground wood, so wood that's easier to access, as well as more fertile soil and grazing locations for your livestock. So there are reasons to be in the caverns, and also they're interesting, like, just to build in because of their varied topography and shape of the map, essentially. So it's entirely up to you. If you find that style of construction and fighting validating and interesting, then absolutely, there's a reason to do it. The Human Cave Ancient. What a good name. Good on you, Josh the 123. Here's hoping for a successful raid, but that is the highest population area we've raided yet, or like so far, so it's gonna be tough regardless, but we'll do our damnedest. Let's also go bars. I'm thinking let's do silver goblets. I don't have any silver goblets, so we'll do that. $25 silver goblets. And this is going to be a dining hall, which is connected to the library. I still don't have a proper hospital, so that's what we'll do next. Let's also get them not Linuxes, as chat made the joke earlier, or not Windowses, just Windows is not Linuxes. Placed down here. And ads are going to play in a little bit here, and when they run, I will pause the game until the ads have completed. But yeah, I feel like some people might get frustrated with my response of like, well, what is the point of doing anything in Dwarf Fortress? It's like, at the end of the day, Dwarf Fortress is very much a sandbox, and it's very much a self-driven sandbox, which means the point to doing anything is you did it, and you're satisfied at the fact that you did it. And that's a cool thing, but admittedly also, I guess, hard for some people to justify doing a lot of the things that you could do in a lot of situations. Ads are about to play. We'll pause the game when they run. I think this library looks kind of snazzy. What do you think, chat? I think it looks quite snazzy. Let's also make sure I didn't accidentally make necromancers. Nope. How many books do we have? 21 books, no copies. And this is going to be connected to the library, which is the Treasury of Barricades. I think we can do better than that. Let's call this the Knowledge of Surprises. You made a pictogram of a book on the floor of the library? You know, since you just said that, why don't we make a kind of a chessboard? Maybe not an exact, but like a checkerboard pattern, you know? "15 seconds left in the ad, and then we'll unpause it. I do think that continue using nearest material makes making patterns like this a lot less cumbersome. It's going to look like a basket full of stuff. Just making thousands of rock blocks constantly. I kind of am too, but I had to slow down my rock block construction quite a bit because, what's the word I'm looking for here? There was just too many jobs and not enough dwarves. Speaking of, where did I even put that industry? Oh, it's all down here. Yeah. I just didn't have enough dwarves for a very long time. I'm actually going to cut back the size of this area a little bit, and we're going to chuck another one of these in. Do I have any green colored things? Just kind of want various colors down here. Let's go black caps. Red, green, blue. That's kind of what I was thinking. I think Moreb's trying to make a dad joke, but I think it's kind of hard to decipher. You never, I mean, what am I, accusing you of wordplay? Bruh. I am allied with a necromancer tower, apparently. Well, Spidery Ransack is still in the process of getting raided. What does this look like to you, Big Burned? I'm someone with so much Dwarf Fortress playtime who learned to play the game in the ASCII era before any of the quality of life stuff was here. And I didn't use DF Hack back in those days, and I found Therapist to be more annoying than beneficial. I used DF Hack back in the day purely as a way to debug problems. I would have 2 installs of the game, and if something was wrong with my fort, I would exit out of the game after saving and then copy my save file over and try and debug it, because back in the day, DF Hack had a habit of breaking your game more often than not, because the game was way less stable in those days. And I found the instability not worth the benefits. And in the modern era, I find that if you automate the game so that it plays itself, the game isn't playing. I'm not playing the game. The game's playing itself. So auto shear, I'm not playing the game. The game's doing all that for me. Auto milk, the game's doing that for me. Setting up to automatically do work orders makes me not have to think about the game as much. I like to think about the game. Maybe you don't, or it's too much to manage, and that's okay. I find it actively takes away from my enjoyment of having to fiddle with the micromanaginess of the game. which I am entertained by and enjoy. Why would somebody with so much DF playtime want to play the game? I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe one day you'll figure it out. That's really all it is I don't feel like I'm playing the game if I have the game played for me. Yeah, I've disabled it. The reason I've disabled the logo at the top left, well, I have the overlay turned off because it gives way too much goddamn information. It makes me feel like I'm cheating. But the reason I have the logo disabled is because I'm the Dwarf Fortress tutorial guy. A lot of people learn to play the game watching my streams or my videos. And I don't want people to learn the game in ways that encourage them to use tools that automate the game. I want people to, at the very least, learn the game first. Like, learn the mechanics, and once you've learned the mechanics, if you want to use DF hack, go nuts. I don't think that's beneficial, because I think you will learn the game and the game's mechanics in a more all-encompassing way if you learn the game and its mechanics. If you play with DF hack from the get-go, then a lot of things are harder to learn after the fact because you've become completely accustomed to how DF hack automates the game for you. And, you know, it's the first thing that you've written in my chat, right? Is you asking why I'm not using DF hack or why I'm not playing the game exactly the same way as you do. I guess at the end of the day, it's a single player game. Play the game the way you want. That's how I like to play. That's how I choose to play. By playing the video game. The world's your mine. Take it the way you like. I need a new subject now or I will just babble about this for the next 40 minutes, chat. Help, please. Save me. I mean, I do the same thing, KY, ZYL. But, like, I don't want the game to be played for me. I've never posted on Something Awful in my entire life and actually never went to Something Awful until about, I don't know, I think the first time I remember looking at Something Awful was 2015 or something. Like the mid-teens, I'm guessing. I don't know what year. But I do not have an account and I've never posted there. I'm also only 30. I'm not that old. No, I found out about this game while sitting in queue for ranked in League of Legends with my friend, and my friend said, "Hey, did you finish ADOM yet?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Well, you should try this thing." And sent me an exe and a link. Or a link to download an exe, rather. Cthulhu dancing. I don't know if I should answer that question because I've talked about it loudly whilst you're here several times. So, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Possibly. You'll have to wait and see. What are we waiting for, casual? I'm currently waiting. The Hall of Larks has many members. Did I not have a Farmer Guild? It's the Engraver Guild. It's the Craftsdorf's Guild. Oh, maybe this was the Farmer's Guild. 2009-ish? I always get the year off by like a year, but it was around 09 that I first installed Dwarfort. It was League of Legends beta, for clarity here. I beat for clarity in me beating Adom, I beat Adom by save scumming. I would never have finished Adom if I didn't save scum. I mean, for whatever it's worth, Dwarf Fortress is about 3 weeks older than Roblox. If you want to feel weirdly old and also be like, wait, how old is it? Dwarf Fortress is not much older than Roblox. Plenty of people have been on the Dwarf Fortress scene longer than I have. I am not like a super duper 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 OG or anything. As that one guy who hates me on YouTube describes me as, I am a maniacal opportunist who is profiteering off of a piece of art. Actually, I do need to fact check the Roblox. I know that the beta for Roblox launched in 2006, though. That's hilarious. I mean, yeah. That's why I mimic it occasionally. It is kind of hilarious. It was somebody who you guys want to hear about a really petty ban? It was somebody who got banned from my chat for repeatedly posting an extremely lewd furry emote. Who has now just like gone on a vendetta against me and occasionally pops up in comment sections going, fucking why do people like that? Dwarf Fortress still has an exhibit or a, what's the word? Is exhibit the word? There's still an installation at the MoMA for Dwarf Fortress, yes. Some people have like weirdly inflated amounts of money, imaginary amounts of money that they think that streamers make. I mean, Casual Elephant, you're clearly making millions, right? 2006 is still 19 years old? Yeah, it can drink in all of Canada. You turned into the game 15 years ago with the Something Awful multiplayer save story got popular? Yeah. I mean, you don't need to play simultaneously for a game to be cooperative or multiplayer. Back in my day, we used to play Civ via email. That's not true, I never actually did. I did play chess via email, though. With my dad. Which is kind of funny because we lived in the same house. We just thought it was cool. Not really. No, I'm just babbling, Ping, my dear. It's just one of those days. I make millions of bytes that I send through the internet lines. Does that count? Making million. Define what millions ameth we are referring to, sir? I gained a dwarf. Somebody must have had a kid. Also, my squads have returned. Let's see how we did against Spidery Ransack. Montecore, thank you very much for the 19th month. Welcome back. I was joking with a friend last night, Montecore, whilst watching the Canadian election. I was joking with him via Discord and saying that I should stream some Red Faction because of the way the election was looking at the time. You just said Red Alert because that was the other half of the other option I was thinking of for that joke. Also, Montecore, thanks for the 19th month with Prime. Welcome back, dude. True, millions in barrels and milk. This is also true. The hammers in dance. This is combat music. There might be a Forgotten Beast on the map. The Hammers of Dance slipped into Spidery Ransack undetected by the weakness of confidence and the poisons of winter in 1057. The art. Oh, we just snuck in completely undetected. We stole the art of the Hamlet, discourse on the Hamlet, author uncovered, the nuanced. Sure. A meditation on the dark. Ooh, Dark Fortress. Factual human. False. And useful gutter. No such thing. And life with the farm. You're a millionaire in Korea. I mean, I guess I'm a Korean millionaire then. Well, the humans are here to trade, apparently. We also caught a kangaroo and another giant buzzard. But I don't... We name a statue Cthulhu standing. You know, you're going to make me put a limit on this, right? Or a stricter limit, rather. That's what I'm going to name it. Share, please. Do you recommend having a barracks at a cavern lair? I recommend putting your barracks exactly where you feel you need it. But sure, you could do that. Do you need to do that? No, but you could. I realize that's kind of a non-answer, but it is the answer I choose to give. No, that's fine. You're allowed to redeem it. I'm just gonna start getting sassy with how I respond to you and start yelling for other people to redeem it. I mean, nobody's redeemed anything for 41 minutes, so you are well within your right to redeem it. I will, however, at a point start becoming sassy with my responses to how you name things. And we're getting to the sassy point. Which is why I named it Cthulhu the Dreaming. The Greedy, rather. Because you're getting kind of greedy. Much greed. That is... Are those chicken wings? Like, what the heck is that? I thought it was raining mud for a second there. That's a lot of chicken, Monticore. Imagine being this dwarf, trying to pull this thing away, and it's just actively trying to lift you off the ground. Cthulhu the Greedy? I mean, it's not a bad statue name. I don't disagree. I usually just kind of ignore it. Big burned. Usually I just try and have enough above ground stuff that it stops being a problem. This fort got a bit out of hand and dwarves got stuck underground a little too long. I was also testing an old strat in this fort that used to solve cave adaptation, but like, it's not really something that you need to solve. It's just, might not be a bad idea to let your like military dwarves go outside a little bit so they don't have to fight something in melee range while it's above ground, because that's very, very, very bad for their ability to fight if they're dizzy. But it's one of those things where it's kind of like rain. Ideally, if you're playing the game well enough, you'll just be able to overcompensate enough that it won't be a huge issue. But in order to not get cave adapted, they just need to spend some time outside. So as an example here, something changed. If I go up to the surface, this was dug out and I put glass on it. And all the way down to here, they still puke. They still get it. So I guess in order to properly deal with cave adaptation, now I would need to do this, but also like put grates or something in there, which I just haven't done. Because like I said, it's not too big of a deal. I'm just not too concerned about it. And also I'm sending my main squad out enough that, you know, we are okay. Not too bothered by it. A lot of dark human pits over here. The Tomb of Date Weaver. Let's go raise that. Or pillage it. If anything, puke trails makes tracking the dwarf easy. I don't know, some people get super, like, angsty about puke trails. I mean, like, this dwarf doesn't have it. Like, most of my dwarves aren't cave adapted in this fort. So it's not really a huge deal. Like, if I just select a random dwarf and just, like, check their preferences. Yeah, like, this dwarf is cave adapted. Are you cave adapted? You might be. How about you? You might be. How about you? Okay, that I know that you're not. Well, yeah. Doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Like, this dwarf doesn't care at all. So, like, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really bother me either way. I guess the simple answer is I don't really worry about worrying about it to a degree. Thank you for the $5. Laughter is deadly. The goal is mostly there because YouTube promotes streams that have a goal set. But I appreciate you, nonetheless. Chat rooms, can I get a round of beers? The $5 super chat. And please don't, like, you know, wish me a good rest or break because it's not going to be one, but I won't be streaming next week. I keep having to scold people in various places saying that's not a break. But I will be taking next week off streaming, and what I will be spending that time on is editing the next big video. That's not a break. In fact, I will probably end up working more next week than I normally do. Well, it won't be a break. I'll be working. It's just a different kind of working. You're taking a break. You're taking this week to revamp your OBS setup. Yeah, that for you, that would take me like 2 months to have half the setup you have. Thanks for checking out another gift, Cthulhu Dancing. No pressure, but you do spend less money if you gift more at once, and you tend to throw out a lot of individual ones. Next week's gonna be boring without me. Lots of odds exist. Next week's gonna be boring without you, because I prefer streaming over editing, but, you know, life goes on. You're just, everyone's like, enjoy the break, and you're like, thank you for the kind words, but you have a weird definition of vacation. It's like being sent out of town for your job, and then somebody being like, enjoy the break. It's like, I don't get to sleep in my own bed. I don't get to see my family, and I have to go deal with incompetent twerps on the other side of the country. What? I guess, although it does depend on the business trip, right? Like, I guess, like, PAX in the past was always a business trip, and I treated that more as a vacation than an actual business trip. It was just a tax-deductible vacation versus, like... Did I never queue up rock blocks? What? crumble. Well, I'll be on tomorrow, and I'll be on the day after, and I'll be on the day after that, Serena, in YouTube chat. A workcation, sure. I mean, it's definitely, I will say this. It is restful in some ways, but it's not a break per se. But it is restful in that it's an opportunity to do a very different kind of work, which is, like, relaxing in its own way, if that makes any sense. Like, I think it's very possible to get burned out on a certain type of work, but not actually be burnt out on work. And that's kind of, you know, something that happens with streaming where, like, I'll periodically get burnt out. The Stonecrafter has created Lame Shalal, a limestone ring, and claims it has an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Nil some otters. How are you related to some otters? I also immediately forgot what that artifact was. Jesus Christ, my brain. That was a ring, right? Yes, there it is. Are you related to some otters? Oh! Did you just make your husband a ring? Well, that's adorable. Aw! This is a limestone ring. Our Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval limestone cabochons and encircled with bands of goblin cap, and the object is adorned with hanging rings of limestone and menaces with spikes of limestone. On the item is an image of 2 flax plants in shell opal. Please tell me one of you hates flax plants. She likes giant mantises for their predatory nature. Okay, what about your husband? Well, nobody hates flax plants. I think I'm going to make otters my messenger. Oh, man. I was thinking I'll make you a messenger and then assign an item to you. I can't assign an item to you. Well, okay, then. In that case, I will put it in your bedroom. I hate DFAC. Stupid piece of stuff. I'll do this. Nah, I don't want to put him in the military. No, totally. But I wouldn't necessarily call it a break. Casual. You were solely picked to do it because you grew up in a rural and could understand the farmers' accents? Oh boy. That sounds like a very I live in Scotland problem, but... I think it was this one. I know I don't have to assign him to a barracks, but I'm not going to make him into a militia commander because that also makes them ignore burrows. So, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to put it in their bedroom on a pedestal. That's more than enough. That is more than enough. Why do I have so much mud everywhere? Well, why do I have so much mud everywhere? I don't live in Scotland. I live in Canada. So I guess that would be like living near Newfoundland. Why is there so much mud everywhere? I flooded this. I accidentally the ocean in my fort several times. You might be in an ad, so I'll have to say that again. Okay, you're not in an ad. Cool. I don't need to say that again. That's why there's so much mud everywhere. It's because I accidentally the ocean into my fortress. Out in the sticks in Ganda, it's renowned for dust. So are you the original Dust? Is that what they made the sequel to in Counter-Strike? Sorry, that's a bad joke, but I had to roll with it. I mean, I didn't have to, but I did, so. You could make a very specific role for cleaning, but you can't tell them specifically to clean. It's not possible to clean mud without placing a floor and deconstructing it on top of the mud, because mud has a mechanical benefit. It makes grass grow. Or smoothing it is another way to do it, or engraving it. That'll also do it. But for cleaning, vomit, blood, all that stuff, it is a task. It's included on all doors by default and can be enabled in Chores Children, and is also enabled by default. Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-bum. Thanks, Romanoid Trell. That's in my brain now. You wish farm plots and harvest zones could be individually assigned? You can do that with custom roles. And like planters and whatnot, and then also can never remember which submenu it's in. Everybody harvests, only farmers harvest. So set it to only farmers harvest, and then be specific about who plants, and done. And yes, that includes gather zones. Sounds like someone needs to send them out into the field with a big old pile of sunscreen. Ever tried to manually create a job and check for cancellations? I'm not that anal. So no, because I just honestly don't care. Unless something that I need done is repeatedly getting canceled, I almost never look into it. So yeah, unless it's like something that's mission critical, I basically don't ever care.
Yeah, and a half. Woot.
Did you mean to write in year? Yeah, and a half, which is a yeah. Thank you very much for the 18th month. The 18th months. It's a long 18th months. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for continuing to stick around the stream and hang out and watch. I wouldn't have this job if you didn't. Just appreciate you. Long day at work. Gotcha. I know the feel. That just seems like a crappy workplace more than anything, Radis. Chat, can we give Big Bang a dwarf? What do you think? I mean, the answer is yes, but I'm asking anyway for formality's sake. What kind of dwarf would you like, Big Bang? Any preference? Beard, please surprise you with the rest. You know, I usually surprise me too. How about the bookkeeper? We'll name you Big Book A1. Big Book A1 is seeks out exciting and adventurous situations after seeing green tea die in 10.5.4. Is very rarely moved by curiosity. It's very greedy and is quite ambitious. How much do you want to bet that you're embezzling funds in Legends? And quite ambitious. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and rarely feels discouraged. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and I keep losing my spot. Blah blah blah. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this as he values friendship. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, laughs very loudly when he's surprised, and exhales sharply when he's exasperated. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally he is put off by family, and values honesty, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Madness!
Yeet.
You are correct. A1 is, in fact, a poster size. Big book. Big book. You know, the biggest of books. Speaking of big books, how you doing, Hobo? How's things? You want to get little personal gardens for your dwarves, and... Well, you can't really plant flowers, but... I mean, you can't assign meeting zones, but you can assign dining halls, which are treated as meeting zones. Like, to give you an example here, YouTube chat, meeting zones can be assigned to can't be assigned to an individual dwarf because a meeting zone is like the generic no-purpose version of that. But like an office is also considered a meeting zone. So is a dining hall. Like they all have the same function. It's just they have an added function on top of it. So. But anyway, he personally, but I do see what you're saying. He personally is put off by family, values honesty, and believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. He does not really value skills related to fighting and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. I think what you're saying is you want to have individual gardens for each individual dwarf. You want that dwarf to work on their garden. Yeah, that's like kind of a... Unless you are the biggest crazy person with burrows of all time, yeah, that's not really something that the game's designed to do. I am the local weather for this weekend and kind of hype. Are you going to the Miami race this year, Hobo? I kind of forgot that it was in Miami until about 10 seconds ago. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, because that is expensive. It's a costly race, man. Petrified wood and copper and brown jasper. Although I am excited to be able to watch a race at like 2 p.m. my time, which is kind of great, actually. He likes petrified wood, copper and brown jasper, crystal glass, hagfish leather, and vulture parchment. Well, that's cool. The color lavender blush. That's your preferred paper to write on, probably. Vulture parchment. Lavender blush and leather armor and coffins and the words of the mint star and the sound of the glittery sparkles and the sight of the indigo aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume maize beer and walnuts. Can't stand jumping spiders. I don't know, it's in Florida, so I would assume humid and way too goddamn hot. And he is small and fat and has a grating, raspy voice. All these dwarves are quote-unquote small. They're the small ones, the hammers of dance. This right here is going to be the Farmers Guild. But since 5 de Mayo is Monday, you're going to get slizzard on Saturday and play that realistic road training game on your racing rig. Okay, I mean, fair. Sounds fun. Also, yeah, $200 for quality is actually not bad, but... Also, shit, it's a sprint race, too. I should look at the schedule more often. I usually just kind of forget that it's happening, and then it happens. It's usually how I operate with F1. Do goblins not convert into vampires? You caught one and got elves and dwarves being turned, but goblins seem to be immune. It's one of those things where, like, I swear that I've seen it before, but goblins are immortal. Immortal curses cannot be imprinted on something that's already immortal. So goblins cannot become necromancers. So maybe goblins also can't become vampires, but I swear I've seen goblin vampires. Also, I have a question. Turning into vampires? Are they getting cursed? What's turning them into vampires? Blood and well. Oh, well, goblins don't eat or drink. So that would be why. I was thinking, like, man, you must have a chaotic fortress if everybody's getting cursed. But yeah, of course. Yeah, blood in the well. Krug Smash had a goblin vampire? I wonder if you'd need to serve it to them. Also, wasn't the goblin vampire in Krug Smash's fortress an adventurer? I could be wrong. I think I have a medical focused dwarf. No, you can't, Droven. Yeah, I don't know. The Tusk guy was not a goblin. The Tusk guy was a warthog man. I mean, like, I did a vampire fortress not too long ago, which was probably my next video, which is my next video. Shh, don't tell anybody, it's a secret. And that's a strat as old as time. It's been in the wiki for years. Very long time. Long before Krug Smash made his video series. I can't remember. I haven't watched Honeystoker since it came out, so... And I don't think I had any... Tavern keeps can't serve water. Just period. They can only serve alcohol. Just making sure that you didn't have a dwarf in this fort because I couldn't remember. All right, I've got Aban the Bone Doctor. I've got Kubak. I got Solon. I got Libash and this, and then I also have Katin the Surgeon. Does anybody stand out to you? No, well, I mean, yeah, no, I agree they shouldn't, but I don't think they can. Like, even, like, if there's a well available, I don't think they can serve water. Because I've had wells in taverns before and ran out of water, ran out of booze and never seen that happen, so. I don't know. YouTube chat is way more up on the Krug Smash Fortress lore than me. You know, I've said this before, but I kind of try and go out of my way a little bit to not watch Krug Smash's videos these days. Purely because I don't want to feel like I'm copying him or like subconsciously taking ideas directly from him, because that feels kind of... It don't feel good. Which means I'm bracing to have 1 million people tell me that my next video is just, man, you did Krug Smash's thing. It's like, well, Liking the doctor? As in this one? The bone doctor? If in hospital they get watered? Correct. So yeah, you could try incorrectly imprisoning the goblin and see... No, but no, they wouldn't bring him water because he wouldn't get thirsty. They only bring them water if they're thirsty. And in the hospital, they clean them with water and bring them drinks if they're thirsty. But they don't bring them water if they're not thirsty. So yeah, I guess you'd have to do it manually somehow. Like you'd have to play as an adventurer who's a vampire and then turn them that way, I guess. I don't know. I should be good. Bet. Dad Rick. Well, I mean, it's not that people don't like it when you do stuff like that. It's I feel like I'm stealing somebody's thing. I feel bad when people are like, oh, you did this thing. It's like, nah, well, It's just like, I've seen comments on other people's Dwarf Fortress videos saying that they're using the blind technique, or the blind strat, in regards to mist generators. Because I made a tutorial that got like 100,000 views about mist generators. I didn't come up with that. Took it directly from the wiki. The one currently making clothes. Ah, this one. Oops. I'm just gonna say it's a good thing that only intelligent creatures become vampires, because if, like, cats could become vampires, or if your dog could be a vampire, this game would be unplayable, man. Just saying. Although, you could probably mod that. Just saying. Could probably do that. She does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress, and becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. She always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations. Although, I will say, I've always wished, and still wish, that vampires did need to sleep, but they only sleep in coffins. I wish that was a thing. I wish that was a mechanic. Anyway, she always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations, and is conflicted by this as she sees tendencies as an impotent for the quest for power, and does not have feelings of emotional attachment, and never has felt even a moment's connection with another being. She dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. She is an optimist and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Doesn't care if her patients die, I guess. And she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She occasionally overindulges, tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and has a greedy streak. She is stubborn, and she has a calm demeanor, and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. How you doing, Tolis? It's good to see you. That's how you end up with vampire bats. Just wait until you see the vampire bat men! Actually, that you could do. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She finds obligations confining, though she's conflicted by this for more than one reason. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore, and has a habit of stretching her body during pauses in conversations. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and views competition as a crucial driving force in the world, and values family, respects power, and values a harmonious existence. I mean, I would say a doctor, but psychopath, sure. She actually does have some friends, too. Welcome to the fort. Squad still hasn't returned. It's midsummer. I'm not worried about them yet, but will be soon. Why don't we do iron walls? Got tons of iron ore. You got the Dexter Dwarf. Kinda. I'm dumb. There we go. The weather is amazing and is amazing outside, and I think it will be good for you to go touch some grass. You're going to go for a walk, enjoy this weather. Enjoy the weather! I did a lot of that this past weekend. Being outside and enjoying weather. Oh yeah, also starting mid-May, May 22nd, Thursday streams are going to be quite a bit shorter. Because Thursdays, I have to pick up something that I've purchased. I've purchased a CSA membership at a local garden, local farm, technically, which means I have to get on my bike and ride 2 kilometers and then fill up my backpack with produce, which I've paid for, but my pickup time is 3 to 6 p.m. on Thursdays. So Thursday streams are going to be ending a little bit earlier. Canadian Space Agency. CSA stands for Community Supported Agriculture. Actually, I had to think about that for a second. My brain wanted to go to Community Sampled Agriculture, which, I mean, hey, it's not wrong. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Orange and Spice. Oh, are we talking about redeeming dwarves? Ah, there you go. Yeah, no, it's just called Name Something now. It's no longer redeem a dwarf, it's just name something. So you can name something that isn't a dwarf if you want. Anything that is nameable, I will name within reason. And they're also cheaper. With the idea that not everybody redeems a dwarf, but we'll see. So I went and attacked a tomb that had a pretty large population. The Hammers of Dance attacked the last poison of the poisons of winter. Attacked the last poison of the poisons of winter. I'm detecting a theme. At Dateweaver, the dwarf Bascrete, Vine Hatchets led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Aslot Cruelpulls. And Bascrete outmatched the goblin Aslot, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Dateweaver. Cthulhu dancing smashed Aslot's nose, and then Aslot was struck down by Cthulhu dancing. Well done. Laxkin Crazy Razor seems to be doing some work too. We're also now mostly stealing books, because we searched it after killing the one dude who was there. So we ran away with a bunch of books. Didn't get any more loot. There's very few things left there. I get the feeling that most of them are dead. Just kind of peeking around, seeing what else I could go for. The truth about the forest retreat. The truth about something something is always like the funniest titles to me. Speaking of forest retreats, let's go steal some Elvish books, shall we? Because these goblins have completely taken over this one. And I'm going to send both my squads this time, and use this as an opportunity to build a new squad. Good luck, dwarves. Do fight well. I misread that for a second and thought that this dwarf's shoe was on his head. Uncanny number luck. Number luck sounds like somebody is trying to censor themselves from saying clusterfuck. Also, am I getting a migrant wave? No. What, me stealing the elvish books back from the goblins? Yeah, I'm sure they would approve. I mean, if I owned something and somebody stole it back on my behalf, I also would approve. I feel like the elves are very eyeball for an eyeball, if you know what I'm saying. I'm also mostly hoping that they just have some livestock I can steal. I should also go sneak into that Dark Goblin Fortress again. And just try and steal livestock and see what they have lying around, if anything. They've got to have something, probably. We're also up to midsummer, so getting close to trading season. Sounds really interesting. It's nice to give back to your community, especially with plants and agriculture. You know the you can look this up if you want, but the company that's running the CSA, in my opinion, is something that if you're an aspiring entrepreneur, you should go out and start. Apparently, they're in quite a few cities, so it's not like a unique thing to hear or anything. But it's called Fed, F-E-D. And what they do is, well, one, they're the feds, which is kind of funny. But they basically lease land that has been purchased by developers that isn't set to be built or developed for a couple of years. So they lease land that is basically just an empty lot or a parking lot or a gravel pit. Or they'll go in and turn it into a gravel pit. And then they basically just build temporary garden beds all the way along out of the large size, like, commercial grow bags. So they're like 4 feet deep and like huge. They're like 200 liters or so worth of dirt each. So you can grow like most plants. Are we digging pits? We're not digging pits. We're digging vertically up. And the reason we're doing that is because I've got no notifications. So if something horrible is happening, I want to be able to see everything from the layer above. That's what. Because all alerts are turned off in game. It's the theme of this fort, which turns out it's not that difficult to manage. I was expecting it to be more of a pain, but it's not that hard. It's pretty normal, if anything. So yeah. I mean, CSAs actually aren't that uncommon, at the very least here. Well, they're usually like smaller, privately owned boutique farms that do it, though. Because it's kind of like Patreon for agriculture. The problem with the CSA is you're gambling with the weather. So in my case, it's $450. And from May 22nd until like late October, I just get a portion of everything that they're growing once a week that I just go pick up. So early on in the year, you're not going to get the value for your money because it's going to be a lot of things like, greens and lettuces. But like, I don't know if you've seen the price of lettuce. I don't know if the price of lettuce is the same in Europe as it, or on that side of the planet as it is over here, but Jesus Christ, like baby spinach or just like any kind of organic greens is ridiculously expensive over here, which is why I grow my own. But like earlier in the year, you'll get a lot of that kind of stuff. And then as you hit the summer and then fall, you'll start getting things like squashes and carrots and tomatoes and whatever else they're growing. You feel like you'd have trouble using it all? The issue that I have with it is you kind of need to have friends. Because I've already noticed like 2 weekends of this year where I'm not going to be home on pickup day, which means I just don't get my portion that week. Like one of them, I'm going to be on a plane to Montreal as an example. So it's like, okay, I need to find a neighbor or somebody that I can be like, hey, do you want to go take it for me? Because they just donate it to the food bank if you're not there, which isn't bad. Do they have half shares? The one that I'm doing is there's two sizes. One is 450, the other's 800. 800 is like family of 5 amount of food. I am doing the half share. But I also like canning and stuff. So if I just get like, I don't know, a pile of beets dumped on me, I'll just can them and just not worry about it. So, or, you know, you could just like peel, wash, and freeze, and it'll be a fuckload better than anything you'd buy in the frozen section, right? You're making me remember your old retail job position of being a CSA. Customer Sales Associate? Is that what that stands for? Like, oh, okay. Well, more you know. Customer service. Ah, right. I'm sorry if I'm bringing back bad memories. Maybe I can replace that acronym with a better one. Community supported agriculture. And as a reminder to everybody, the reason I do these manually is so I know how many more I need to make. So I just assign them so that I can visually see. Yeah, I think we're good. Caught up on beds again. Customer engagement specialist. Oh, that's grim. Why does it have to be an army? Orange and spice. Why not Canadian space anime? Come on. Also, looks like we're getting a migrant wave. We're a swords dwarf. Dreams of mastering a skill. You got poor memory. Wait, poor memory, not creative, and low stamina, high willpower. I like you. How do you feel? You like to brawl? Likes a little tumult? Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Well, you can run a squad, fishy. Oh. Squad! I will add you to the squad later. You really like the fort layout? It's really coming along. It looks less like a battle axe than it did initially. I really like the kind of unfinished look for a lot of fortresses. I think it really holds the fort together, if you will. Also, what's the value of this down here? Cool. Completed that guild hall. Let's see, do I have any more quartzite floors? Let's make 50 quartzite blocks. Let's also check this. Beastie over here is just slowly filling this sucker up. I'm really kind of bothered by the fact that nothing has come in here or gotten caught in this so far. But I guess maybe there just hasn't been any more forgotten beasts down here. Why don't I go over here? Oh, right, yeah, there's an aquifer over there. Why don't I just go this way? Just dig. See what they can find. Why don't I go into here and say, make pig iron bars, just make 40? Let's make some coal as well. Let's actually do that first. Crundles must be on vacation. I haven't seen many Crundles in a while, actually, now that I think about it. Haven't really seen many Crundles, which maybe is not a good thing, actually. Squads have returned. Let's see how this went. This is us going after that goblin run elven retreat. We got in there undetected. We searched the location. We are going to get the mysteries of reproduction, the uncanny settlement, strange mating, creatures after the end, and the history of the wind direction, as well as the true pits and the history of the origin of rainfall, evaporation and condensation, records of yellow spotted, dreams of the tree, the mystery of the monastery, and we also hold on a second. The elf's lore, Thunder's Ord of the Malice of Dying, spotted the forces of the Hammers of Dance slipping out in Horay Partners. Oh, that's always fun. We also got a green glass Zaslod stand and 4 iron gauntlets. At least we got pairs. And I'm going to go... Where was that? Sorry, what did that say? Dungeon Scar? That is a good name. A+. I'm going to go here. We're not going to loot other items. But I'm going to try and release prisoners. Oh, no, certainly it was a success, but we got spotted on the way out, which is maybe not so much of a success. Also caught a... Bruh, what? Kangaroos are grazers? That's wild. I had no idea. Chat, did you know that kangaroos are grazers? Well, I mean, you can tell them to not steal certain things. I don't know. I guess they're kind of like giant bunny rabbits, so... More animals are grazers IRL than in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, fair, but like, I don't know. I guess I never really thought about it. It's more just I don't think I've ever tamed kangaroos in Dwarf Fort. Because like I generally don't tame animals unless they're already tamed by default, or if there's that like if they can be used for combat or hunting. Like unless they can be used for other activities outside of just, nah, they're tameable. And I guess you could like make them into a pet. I don't generally do much with them. So maybe that says a lot about me, but I guess like rabbits are grazers, so I guess they're basically just grazers, right? Right? But they don't look like a cow, so I don't know. I'm trying to get a view of the other half of the caverns, by the way. That's what I'm doing. There are animals in these caverns, by the way, just I haven't seen any crundles. Ah, well, that answers that. I was like, why haven't I hit anything yet? All right, so now I've got a pretty good view. Just a bunch of pond grabbers, it seems. Although I am occasionally, like, swamping the entire thing, so maybe that's got something to do with it. I'm kinda tempted to let the dwarves in this way. Kinda. Because I think it might be useful to have. Kangaroos are deer that's specialized in boxing. Sure. I support this message. That's funny. And, we need more steel pants, but we do have everything else available, which is good. I'm going to pause the game. Mysterious dungeon. Okay, let's look for some... Man, there's a book here called Desks and Saps. It's the one-word books that I always think are funny. Chat, is Discord a Dwarf Fortress word? If it is, then it's possible to have a book just called Discord. Hello, Kage, how are you? You tried to sell pets as your main export fort, but the weight makes it tough. In order to sell pets, you need wagons. You need to be a barony. Like, you can do that as a fortress endgame. Also, Ghoul Glowed? Let's go after Spidery Ransack first. We'll do Ghoul Glowed after that. We'll do that one second. Putting your book away first. Let's see what gear this dwarf picks up. Also, name something is up if anybody wants to name something. Oh, did I miss it? Can they communicate to the enemies when your dwarves have fighters? When your dwarves fighters leave on an expedition? I have no idea. What I do know that they do is they communicate the location of valuable items that are worth stealing, and that information can spread throughout the world. They also can communicate the location of traps, and if you have traps that are where it's possible for something to walk around them, they can and do in fact walk around your traps. Outside of that, I don't know. What kind of dwarf would you like, George? At least you feel content after putting on a finely crafted item. And just for completion's sake. That's going to be my little chessboard thing. Oh, also, yeah, but whenever you're trying to sell things at higher weight limits, buy all of their rocks and any wood they bring. Buy all of check their cages, see if they have like a lead cage or something that's super heavy. That kind of stuff. A bearded strong warrior. I have no idea if this dwarf's actually any good for the military. George the wrestler, you're a competent dodger. The good squad is not here right now, so you're getting what I got. He is very trusting and has a strong sense of duty, often feels discouraged and often feels envious of others, tries to do things correctly each time, and is a friendly individual. He doesn't mind a little tumult and, of course, discord in the day-to-day living, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and, of course, fumbling waste of time. And values artwork. He likes chalk and black bronze, as well as melanite and black backpacks and rings, and the sound of the flutes of pantomiming, and the sight of the indigo aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume hungry head and white spotted puffer and turnip wine and quinoa flour. You worship the god Inaris Tolmec, and you're a member of the dominant cudgels. And you're satisfied after teaching dodging. In YouTube chat, hey blind, I'm new to the game, and I managed to get a colony of about 40 dwarves, fortress of 40 dwarves, please. And a big black demon came and killed everyone. I have a question. 1, is it a demon or is it a forgotten beast? How do you prevent them? You kill it with weapons. Where the heck did it come from? But most of the forgotten beasts and big monsters like that don't actually need to breathe, and most of them are immune to fire. Not all of them, just most of them. They're also trap avoids, so you have to kill it or lock the door. Either don't let it in or kill it before it becomes a problem are kind of your only two options. I'm okay. Work with bow. Yourself? I think this will look kind of cool if I do this. Oopsies. Didn't mean to do that 2 levels high, but that's fine. Do I have hatch covers? I do not. Yeah, lock the door and hope it's not going to be bothered to break it. Yeah, you can zoom in and out in ASCII, but it screws up the UI. And there is no way to make the tiles look more squarish, YouTube chat. It is locked to the engine. It's currently an engine limitation. Which sucks, but is what it is. That's why I say currently, because maybe it'll change one day. And also, just as a reminder to the YouTube folks, while I do look at the YouTube chat, I prioritize the Twitch chat just due to that's where there's more people chatting. Do I still get mood alerts? Nope. That's why I'm periodically checking for strange moods. And the reason I'm digging out this lower area is it's a spot where I can get more quartzite, maybe some gems. And I think it'll just look cool if I do it this way. And it forces some of the dwarves to go outside, which is good for their mental health. That's my mare. How is Haggard? Haggard is surprisingly no longer Haggard. And it's still followed by Rambo. It's a fast-paced life. It's a strong sense of duty. You'll probably do okay in the military. You want to think abstractly. Speaking of thinking abstractly, fractal steel mines. Enthusiastic after pondering the wedge. This dwarf is just sitting here reading all of the Wedge Antilles lore. The reason I named that dwarf Haggard is because they arrived and had experienced trauma before arriving and had been in a fight before arriving. So before that dwarf even showed up in my fort, something happened where they got into a fight. It just wasn't somewhere where I personally saw it. So I assume that dwarf has an interesting story. What about Loot Alert? What about it? I'm never alerted by things that are lewd. So, you know, this dwarf has a really good name for a military dwarf. Sword Flight. Also, the banners of fainting. The banners of... The banners of Boar. The banners of Mansion. The banners of Stick. The banners of Teacher. The banners of Dress. The banners of Plated. The banners of Bewitched. The banners of Surprise. There, we'll go with that. Sticking with the theme. Desokan. That's a good streak. Congrats on the streak. Got some resilient dwarves. I think it's just because, like, so many of the dwarves died that, like, we've just kind of had several great cleanses, if you will. That sounds worse than it is in reality, even. But also, the fort is real nice. But I'm not really doing anything in particular that's... Oh, the other thing is we haven't been attacked by that many squads of things. Ironically, like, for as endgamey as this fort is, and for as close as we are to goblins, we haven't really been attacked by much. Which is maybe actually a little bit odd. And I haven't been pestering the surface all that much. I could turn up the siege sizes. Why don't we do that? Minimum raids between sieges. Let's go 1. So they'll send more bigger sieges. Because I actually kind of want to use my draining machine. Also, the fact that I do have, like, almost 3 squads now. I'm just going to throw these extra novice armor users up in here. What are we all equipped? So I got 2 pig iron bars. Just kind of feel like they're canceling those. Let's just make pig iron 100. Let's make 100 pig iron bars. That'll get these rolling into pig iron. We've got tons of coke. Stupid amounts of coke. Plenty of iron. And my squads have returned. I think what you mean, Ilmirin, is loot alert! You have my crypt pog. Ow. My shoulder. Please come back to me. I'm here to steal all your jokes. That's what I'm here for. Chat, what are you here to steal? Also, I just have to say real quick, thanks to the 80 of you watching on the YouTubes. Don't forget to leave a like. There's only 68. You could almost be the nice like. And to the 204 here watching on Twitch. Plan for today is we'll probably do another 2.5-ish hours of this fort today. And then we're going to go play some half-sword demo because I've been playing that off-stream and cackling maniacally. So I'm going to go stab people and cackle maniacally. Also because I saw a stream this week while I was playing a little bit of half-swords demo because I was like, man, I wonder who's playing this. And there was this person with way too many viewers who apparently came from TikTok who was streaming it with like way too many viewers. It's like the second most viewed stream on Twitch or something. And was so fucking mad at the game that like I'd be worried for his health. Like, I think he might have a heart attack if he keeps getting that mad at things. And I think that game is silly and kind of funny. Like, I die and I giggle like a silly person, so I'm going to play some of that. Because you can be an adult and enjoy video games. It's content, baby? I guess, man. It's probably why he's got more viewers than me. What game are we talking about? Half Sword. It's only a demo right now. But it's like QWOP if it was Mountain Blade combat. Basically, you're dude that's very hard to physically control, and you have to like incompetently stab your enemies in the face. That's all it is, and it's dumb. But I was having some fun with it the other day and kind of want to play a little bit more of it. Also, I'm sorry, George. I could have given you the leader of this squad, but he wasn't on the map at the moment. Oh well, my bad. Sorry. What's up, Wazul? It is stupid and kind of fun, yes. You saw someone performatively throw an Xbox controller during a GTA cutscene. Like, did they break something with it at least? Here, I'm going to performatively throw a rat because I'm mad at something. Ah! It literally minimized, it like made the game go out of full screen. So, you know. Also, that's wild. I have to restart the game now because it's in the wrong resolution. We stole a bunch of books. Hold on, let me restart the game. You saw a streamer move the mic closer before freaking out? Man, I can't really move it any closer. If I was moving it any closer, I'd be deep-throating it. There. Don't do that. It's gross. This is why you know, pay for a subscription to my channel so you're not stuck in ad breaks during the actual content, like me restarting the game and throwing a rat in the air. Allegedly, some of you are in ad break during that. Your ears? I'm sorry. Also, introverse is correct in the YouTube chat. As in, am I okay? No, I have not been okay most of my adult life, Mared. You know, I really like old worlds. They're fun, but my God, do they take forever to save? Did I like Star Sector? Yeah, Star Sector's fun. I need to play some more of it. I've just been busy with other things. Star Sector, I think, is a game I'm just gonna pluck away at for the next 6 months, slowly. When I have the itch, if you know what I'm saying. I'm Canadian. Canadians are never sorry when they say sorry. It's like Americans are never confused when they say, huh? It's a question to reiterate. All right. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to that location again. Well, no, I'm just going to go up to missions. Ghoul Glowed. I'm not going to take important treasures or loot items. I'm just going to release prisoners and steal livestock. Because sometimes you can get some really weird prisoners released from some of these locations. Uh-oh. This is a jet crown. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. Apparently I stole a jet crown. It's adorned with hanging rings of rhinoceros bone. Also, I'm going to cancel that mission, like, right now. Because an enemy just arrived. And they're sieging me. So who wants to drown the enemy? Also, sorry to all of the dwarves who are currently in here, because they're about to be locked in there. I hope nobody's above ground. Well, actually, no, I do hope they're above ground. They need to enter that way, so I don't have another way for them to enter. It really tries, but it's not Dwarf Fortress. I mean, it's very loosely inspired by, right? I just kind of realized I haven't built a bridge here yet, so none of this actually works. At least the way I have it currently built, that doesn't work. I could make it work by digging through this, but I kind of wanted to do it this way. Is this door open right now? Okay. Yes, it is. Let's just let all the dwarves run inside. As arrows fly. You know, we're in the early autumn. I would like to trade with my faction. I'm just going to kill these goblins And I will sort this out. Actually, maybe not right there. I will sort this out next time. Hammerlord is fighting. Okay, so one of my Hammerlords are already outside anyway. The Hammerlord says, in the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. Any bets on how well or poorly this fight goes, chat? I'd love to know. I'm going to send my squads outside. And the dwarves begin fighting with the goblins. Dodging around. Avoiding all of the goblins. Skipping from goblin to goblin, our dwarf here enters a martial trance. This dwarf may die. They do feel nothing while in conflict. But a world where this dwarf would die is a world where this dwarf begins to get tired before backup comes in. But until that point, the dwarf is very skillfully dodging just about every single shot that is fired at them, and very skillfully bashing the goblin bowman in the left hand with a silver warhammer, and the injured part explodes, causing the goblin to explode into many little pieces. Most of the squads are currently in the front walkway and doing their best to get above ground quickly, but because not everybody is above ground and able to help currently, the dwarf is now getting tired. When the martial trance ends, things are going to get difficult for this dwarf. So far, I think they've been able to kill two. Two of the goblins are now dead. Let's see if any of these goblins have friendships or families, so I can feel very bad when they die. Doesn't really seem that way. None of these goblins appear to be particularly noteworthy. This dwarf, on the other hand, is quite noteworthy. It doesn't have any friends, but, does have 2 notable kills, as well as 24 other kills in the fort. It is dodging backwards. Cop or not? Really begs the question, is this dwarf a cop or not? They mostly just need to keep dodging successfully. I mean, hopefully the yak cheese in their bag is what, keeps them going through all of this combat. Is successfully blocking stuff now with a steel shield. Is behind my headset. And has collapsed under the ground due to exhaustion. Where's the squads at? Well, it appears that the very under-armored Dakist is coming up, as well as Laxgen. So hopefully we do get some assistance for this poor, over-exerted dwarf. The good news is, because these are all ranged goblins, they will just keep shooting until they run out of ammo. And hopefully our dwarf here can keep dodging. If you think this dwarf is going to survive, post a beer. If you think this dwarf is going to die, post a vile force of darkness. Keep dodging, dwarf. And here come assistance. Just in the nick of time, potentially, or only moments too late. They are seriously injured and bleeding. Her head is torn open. Her head is oozing her blood. She's been struck with a bolt in the head. Bolts continue to fly. But the backup is arriving. As I said earlier, potentially just in the nick of time. It seems that Laxgan here has collided with a goblin and hacked the goblin crossbowman in the lower body with an axe, and the lower body sails off in an arc. Our dwarf here has stopped bleeding, but is unconscious. We also have Dakist here, who's bleeding and nauseous, who didn't even bring a full suit of armor. Well, that's a you problem, dwarf. We also have Dastot, our junior commander, who's immediately bleeding because she doesn't know how to dodge. And we also have Kami Jr., as our Hammerlord friend over here begins to bleed, having been hit with a bolt in the left hand, which has pierced their hand through their gauntlet. And looks like they're holding a bolt which is stuck in their mouth. I hope that that's because you caught it with your teeth, dwarf. Because that seems bad for your health. I'm going to just throw that out there. But thankfully, the goblins do appear to be feeling the burn and entering into the pain. But our dwarf has died. I too would die if I got a bolt lodged in my mouth. Rest in pieces, dwarves. Rest in peace. They were lost from our best squad. time to go pick up some gear, Urist. Welcome to the soldiers. Next scan, you are in fact alive, yes. No, it was an unnamed hammer dwarf who died. Let's see what the newbie goes and picks up. You do want to practice a skill, though. Not easy after seeing a bunch of goblins' dead bodies. Won't get used to it. Oh no. And I also have a dwarf who's very injured. Burton up here is going to go recover wounded. That's a good soundtrack, isn't it? You forgot last stream? Well, so what would you like to name? Uh-oh. 2 things are getting placed in tombs? I don't know what else died, but... The lever mechanism named Todd Howard, right? Yeah, it just works. Right. Todd Howard is now the lever that opens up all of the drawbridges to drain my water trap. So... Todd, how art thou? Is all I have to say. No. Apparently 2 dwarves died. Well, that's a shame. All right, well, Urist here, we're just going to wait until you actually have a full set of gear equipped. Because right now you're just running around naked. Oh. Well, at least this one has the courtesy to, I did want to trade this year, but I guess we're not getting that luxury. At least this one has the courtesy to ask first before they invade. I guess they want to get drowned. All right, well, that'll have to do. So now we just need this to get done. Bunch of bodies. Diplomacy. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Sure, the world is the same as ever. Uh-huh. You're getting invaded. Please bring wood. I'm kind of amazed that they made it onto the map. Did the traders also? They have a need for cloth, okay. But, oh wow, they did. Huh. Well, hold on. First, I would like to get that gate hooked up. Let's just go down here. Here's some news. You're under attack. Did you know that there's a siege here? So we're going to get this made, and then we'll lock everybody inside. I mean, Burton, your swimming skill is currently... I don't think you have any swimming skill. Maybe you were just one of the lucky ones who just happened to be, like, in the, like, tavern when all that stuff happened. Which is entirely possible. I'm also just going to throw statues into here and it'll look kind of chessboard-ish. Dwarves really like reading books. How many books are in here? 64! Oh, wow. Really have been busy. I kind of like the dwarves running back and forth right here. Let's lock all the dwarves inside. We're going to pause that. Give them some time to run to the right. Forgot to renew your bed. You suck at realizing time flies. That's fine. Also, if you refresh the stream, you'll get a resub. But I would honestly say don't worry about it. I mean, people come and go. Thankfully, I'm a channel that like a lot of people do subscribe to, but I've kind of taken a loss to a lot of paying subscribers recently, like people who used to subscribe pretty consistently, like 2 months at a time and such. And I think that's just because of the state of the world, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Certainly not going to hold it against you. Unless, like, you're just particular about keeping the streaks up. Okay, let's also lock these. That does look cool. You're broke ass baguette, but you like my content and your personality, so you give it, use what you can. Yeah, I mean, do what you can when you can, within your means, please. That is my only request. So that right there needs to get attached to this. Chat, I'm gonna take a moment's break and go grab my lunch because I'm hungry and I need to use the toilet. So I'm gonna leave us idling on this with the game paused. I will be back in a... Actually, can I run an ad break while I'm AFK? Probably can. We'll see. I will be right back in about 2 minutes. So if I could get a round of beers, that'd be cool. Otherwise, I will be back when I'm back. You're officially diagnosed with the ass. I think you mentioned it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, I mean, take care of yourself first, dude. The entertainment is free if you're willing to deal with a couple of ads. So I will be back. We meet again, Mr. Chair. Are we gendering my chair now? Okay, so. I need to now watch a dwarf link an item. Trigger. While I consume my sandwich. Chat, what'd you eat for lunch? Last time you had lunch. I'm having a sandwich with chicken, avocado, cheese, and some mustard. And I'm gonna have to vacuum this evening because this is very seedy bread. Humor me, Buzzle. What the heck is tabbouleh? I love me some veggie cubes. Veggie cubes is good. I've been obsessed with beaten pasta salads recently, which I've been eating for dinners with baby spinach. Those have been good. All right. So that'll force them to, instead of going this way and into the fort, they'll go this way, down here, and into here. We'll see how this goes. Whenever they decide to actually pull it. There it goes. I think I'll trade after I drown them. All right. So now it's time to witness the goblins entering the fort. So, chat room. Can I get a, how do I put this? A round of beers for good luck. It's a Levantine salad of finely chopped parsley soaked in bulgur, tomatoes, mint, onion, and seasoned with olive oil and lemon juice. That sounds delicious. What do you usually have it with, UGDPY? I know I said this earlier, but I drank so many Irish coffees last night. Mareb. It was election day here in Canada. So I did the very logical thing. And drank a bunch of Irish coffees. What are you injured from? Oh, I forgot about that. I totally forgot that I put a weapon trap right there. Well, oh well. That poor goblin. I mean, sucks to be you, goblin. There was a cat? I didn't see the cat come up. I mean, which part of the federal budget? Oh, probably that cat, actually. It's Zavi! Nope's out again. Kitty, you may drown. This is like the scene from Gremlins when they walk down the street together. You know, I probably should actually watch all of Gremlins. I've seen chunks of it. It's one of those movies where I don't think I've ever actually seen it all in one sitting. Just watch the first one. I've heard that from people. So now I do this, go here, pull this lever, and hope that the kitty cat made it out. Seems like they did. And then I laugh maniacally. Oh, I also need to pull this lever. Because this closes that drawbridge. And that drawbridge. There they go. Now they're locked in here. Uh-oh. Well, that's not great. I forgot to block this off. All right, well, let's just send the squads in then. And then I'll drown the remainder, I guess? Because if that door is open when they're entering the fort, then that'll flood the whole fort. And I don't need that. I don't need none of that. So instead, we're doing this way. Which isn't what I wanted to do, but I don't really have an option. Oh no. I immediately lost a dwarf. What the heck happened to you? I want to say that was Dumed? Was it yours, maybe? The goblin pikeman stabs them in the neck. Ow! Hey, chat. Can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? Because we've had to become the Vile Force of Darkness. As Ender Bunny charges the goblins. Up through the entryway. Let's hope that nobody falls in there. Yep. As two of them fall in there. Both Eggs and Dumid. Can I? Ooh, I can. This is bad. But I can't pull that lever either because it's behind us. Well, we got, I'd say about a third of my squads in here. Thankfully, hopefully, some of them can swim, unlike Josh the 123 and Eggs and Wolfist Wolf. And Olan apparently can swim, so that's hopefully good for us. I don't want to watch this. I'm scared. It's at least one dwarf dead. At least two dwarf dead. Oh, man.
Bring out your dead!
I'm depressed. I want to cry, chat. Eggs is still alive. Wolf is still alive, and so is Enter Bunny.
For everyone!
My squad leader's dead. Because they all fell into the water and drowned. Defending the side tunnel. And I don't know what this dwarf is doing aside from intentionally drowning themselves.
Bring out your dead!
There's still a goblin in the water, and now Sign Dad is dying, and so is George. George managed to get out. The goblin in the water is now dead. And there's nothing else I can do. There's literally nothing I can do. So. I'm going to move Wolfist Wolf to the position of commander of this squad. And condense the squads a little bit. That was just poor memory on my part. That's what caused that to happen. No, I mean, me forgetting to put floors on top of that and seal that wall off was the mistake. The dwarves didn't do any mistakes there. That was entirely me. I'm taking responsibility for my actions. Wolf is also very injured. So is that dwarf. Bone Doll, what up? I don't think your doctor's a psycho. Personally, they seem like a painfully normal dwarf to me. Let's just plunk down some more tombs. This is what happens when you play another fort midweek. Is you forget all of the specific little details that you did in the previous fort to make things possible. Got out of work, bored, stupid, and so forth. Gotcha. Sounds like it's time to pick up a 14th hobby. Because the other 11 clearly aren't sufficient. And the other 2 are expensive. At least that's what I do when I'm bored. I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to get way into cross-stitching. I've never done that, but maybe one day. So the dwarves who actually had some swimming skills survived that encounter, and everybody else died, basically. I kind of realized my mistake, but by the time I realized it, it was far too late. Also, I wouldn't say that your doctor's a psycho. Your doctor is just immune to tragedy. How's that? Not bothered by mistakes. If anything, I would say that's an advantage. The bummer is I just lost my best militia commander, which sucks. Does Dwarf work anytime? There is a cooldown on it, but it's extremely short. It's mostly a personal one. But you should try it and find out. If it doesn't, it's on cooldown. I'm pretty sure it says what the cooldown is if it's on cooldown. What am I naming what? Josh, though. I love some mac with my Roni. Brian Burton. Also, now that I think about it, I haven't had macaroni in forever. So I'll let you have this, but for reference, be respectful to the past dwarves and give them at least one stream to rest before you immediately use their namesake again. You would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation. You might live longer this time. Your horse displays natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he's frequently depressed after seeing the bard Nago King vice-plated the pleated terror's dead body. He has a strong sense of duty and can be very single-minded. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he is going to be generous because he's a streamer, and streamers have to be generous sometimes so that their audience doesn't hate them most of the time. YouTube chat, the first person to put 3 smiley face emojis into the chat gets a dwarf. Is this, or whatever you want. Could be a dwarf, could be a, I don't know, you could name my trading depot if you want to live longer. He tends to be consider what others think of him, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger, occasionally overindulges and has a greedy streak, and lives a fast-paced life. He has an active sense of humor, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He tends to be passive in discussions, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, snaps his fingers when he's excited, and when he becomes exasperated, he clicks his tongue, and when he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh, and he bites his nails. When he's annoyed, he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally, deeply respects eloquent speakers and values nature. Likes petrified wood, platinum, and blue garnet, as well as elephant leather and ibex parchment. Mittens and the words of the Bride of Periwinkles and the sound of the sound of the flax and lilac, and when possible prefers to consume giant Kia. Call that meal stealing. And sweet potato plants and cassava beer and single grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates bats and desperately needs to put some armor on because currently you're naked. I find it very hard to believe that... Oh, I see. Probably because most of... Also, it looks like we just got a migrant wave. That's why, because most of the gear is currently underwater. Yes, it is. But it is also draining pretty quickly, so... Discord link didn't work. Try it again. Non-mort. Just, it works. I can assure you. Like, it worked for me just now. January, what kind of dwarf or thing would you like? I mean, Wazul, I'm currently in the process of setting up an alternative to Discord due to Discord's new CEO being kind of sleazy. And the alternative to Discord is going to result in How do I put this? You being able to connect to it with IRC if you want, via an IRC bridge. Oh man, and the merchants aren't trading anymore. But there's almost nothing I miss about IRC aside from being able to slap people with a trout. As cool as decentralized things are, it's also kind of a pain. I'd need a much more modern solution to swap off of Discord. Also, saying that you miss Discord is like the equivalent of saying, I'm old! And don't worry, me too. I mean, that's what they're legally forced to do if they, you know... I don't want to talk about it. This whole subject just makes me fucking mad, so let's talk about literally anything else. Yeah, you're old. If you're complaining about wanting to go back to IRC, you're old, and if you're saying that you're not that old, then you're just in denial about being that old. I used to complain about stuff like that, and then I realized, man, I sound old, and now I don't do it anymore. Anything I want? Well, if you say anything I want. Anything I want. You are now an artifact door. Congratulations. May the door be with you. Many dwarves may walk through you. Many dwarves may walk past you, but they will also be unable to break you. I may deconstruct you, though, to move you elsewhere, at which point hopefully I will notice and remember to rename you. Also, if anybody's feeling generous, could somebody gift Bastet a sub, please? Too young to be too young to miss IRC? Who, me? I mean, you need to remember that my first computer was a Mac 2. So, my first computer had a monochrome screen. My parents were broke, and most of the computers I had growing up were, ancient's the wrong word. Not modern is maybe a better word. Oh, that's not a good spot for this. You say coaxial as if I've never seen a coaxial cable before. I mean, this isn't necessarily a contest of who's older, but like, I guess experience with computing is kind of age agnostic if you're actually into computing. And the case for me was, well, my family was broke. So I got hand-me-down computers. I got computers that were out of date when I got them. Which is why people tend to think I'm older than I actually am. Because my taste in computers is very much shaped by the fact that I didn't have anything that was up to date, ever. Just straight up wasn't a thing I got. I'm 30. Maxian. Although, admittedly, I don't get anywhere near as many shocked faces as I used to. Because, you know, I would get a lot more of that when I was, like, 22 and streaming. You don't look that old. Dating apps would disagree. I get accused of lying about my age a lot. It's mostly due to my hair, though.
Crypt beer.
See, I was using Ventrilo in 2008 and TeamSpeak. Actually, I can't remember when I started using TeamSpeak. But by '08, I was on more modern solutions than IRC. Congratulations, Draken Soul used to be rich. Also, thank you very much for the 20th month and Cthulhu Dancing. Thanks for gifting Bastet a sub. At least I have hair. I'm balding. Well, a lot of people who are balding just shave their head, and people think that's a choice a lot of the time. It's less common for people to keep their hair, I guess. Speaking of hair, this dwarf has a funny haircut. You don't see that one super often. I may have actually caught up on bodies now. Yeah, looks like it. Now I just need to wait for that thing up there to drain. And this down here is now sealed, so that shouldn't be an issue again. Now we've got dwarves placing dwarves in tombs. It's a bloody shame. We're sitting in Ventrilo and we are playing Dota. Anyway. Base Hunter. Base Hunter and, like, what's the name of that? 009 sound system. Very particular era of the internet. Alright, although certainly not the best era of the internet. A lot of eras I would rather relive than that one. Personally and musically. Mostly musically. Earworm? Not really. But certainly memorable. It's not the worst earworm in the world, at the very least. There's worse ones, I guess. You know, I'll say this. I liked the early internet as well. But if we were still in the days of the pure early internet, I wouldn't exist or be able to do this for a living. Because I'm able to do this because of the positives and negatives of the current internet. So while on paper, I would like to agree with you. In practicality, There are elements of the old internet I miss, but there are elements I like a lot more of the modern internet. And if you're willing to look for it, the modern internet is also pretty decentralized in certain places. And I think decentralization does not automatically equal good. I think that there are elements of the older internet and anonymity and things that were really bad in a lot of ways. I mean, I was like noticeably gray at 30, black skin, so I kind of feel you, but from a different perspective. So as much as I like to agree that, yeah, early internet's superior in a lot of ways, I think it's also inferior in a lot of ways. I don't agree that social networks ruin everything. For the same reason, I don't agree that, like, I think that social networks have become the villain in the same kind of way as, you know, you live long enough to become the villain. I think that they actually enabled a lot of positive in the beginning. Like, in order for social networks to become the villain, they had to become as big and ubiquitous as they have. And yeah, in the last 10 years, certainly, they've made things bad. But the existence of social networks in and of themselves isn't what made that a problem. What made that a problem is corporate greed, right? Because regardless of the format of social portions of the internet, you probably would have ended up there eventually. It's just social media in the way that we think of it is what took off. I think it's not social networks, it's the business model of social networks. I don't think it's like social media feeds, I think it's the need for algorithmically driven feeds. I think it's engagement. For the same reason that like Web3 didn't ruin the internet. But it certainly made anything that uses any kind of encryption a big question mark for people who don't fully understand what it means. I mean, AOL, for a lot of people, was their first real introduction into the internet. And if you look at the modern internet and the way it works versus the way AOL worked, you'd probably throw up in your mouth a little bit. Or a lot. Because of how expensive, exploitative, and like downright bad that service was. But at the same time, like that's what people used. Like that's what was used. That's what people knew. That's what people worked with. So when you say that you miss old internet, what you miss is you miss internet communities. And the way they were situated and the way they were set up. You missed what felt like freedom, but in a lot of ways was anarchy. If you want that, a lot of that stuff still exists. I mean, you could go to 4chan right now and hang out there because they're back online apparently. You could go sign up for 5 different internet forums and delete all your social media accounts. But a lot of jobs require you to have a WhatsApp account now. I don't think that it's the internet and modernization of the internet that's necessarily a problem. I think it's just the utilization and how it's implemented. I never once played Club Penguin. What job what requires WhatsApp? A lot of smaller chain businesses I've encountered, because there was a period there where I was looking for a job, and I talked to people who have jobs. A lot of smaller businesses do their scheduling through WhatsApp. So it's not the most common thing, but it's not uncommon either. All corpses that are not dwarves, and no, actually, that's the wrong way. Like, I remember right when I was quitting my job in fast food, they were just making it mandatory that you had to have their own social network installed on your phone. But I took one look at the permissions and was like, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah.
Numbers continue to go up.
North America? I think you're about a decade behind. I think WhatsApp started really hitting around here, at least in Canada, probably 2015. Pilot Guy, thanks for the 61st month. That sub's a senior now. 61 years! Well, senior-ish. Forgotten Beast came through and killed everyone. All while the mayor was in a coma. At least the mayor died unknowingly. Painlessly. The internet should have stayed a thing for nerds. Just remember that if the internet stayed a thing for only a niche small portion of humanity, this content wouldn't exist, and Dwarf Fortress probably wouldn't exist. Well, it might, but it'd be very different. And Tarn would still be a lot more depressed. I don't think that the internet in and of itself is a bad thing, and I kind of reject the albeit relatively common take these days that the internet was a mistake, or, you know, that we should all go back to older styles of the internet. Because, especially like if we're talking pre-2010, like pre-rise of social networks, or mainstream rise of social networks, I guess, there was a lot of harassment going on. Things were a lot worse for a lot of people on the internet. I think it's very easy to look back on things with rose-tinted glasses. But just remember, it's really easy to point and laugh at stuff like 4chan and Kiwi Farms these days, because it's a niche, weird part of the internet. Back in the day, that was just the internet. You know, I remember like just going around on random blogs and just seeing pictures of people dying. And yeah, that stuff still happens, but when it happens now, it's kind of a thing that gets deleted pretty quick. Moderation's a lot better. I think, to me, if we were to say something was a mistake and we should stop, it's ChatGPT. Gemini. At that point, I will pretty flatly agree with you. Same if you want to talk about like algorithmically driven feeds and just kind of the way that social media affects culture, I would agree with you. But the internet as a whole, nah. I mean, you can absolutely delve back into decentralized internet if you want. So you'll disagree for now? What was the last thing I said when the ad popped for you? And I'll rewind. I'll be honest with you, I didn't look at chat until just now and I saw the ad ending, so I was just kind of in a ramble. All right, well, if you want to practice that in the US right now, be my guest. Have fun not getting arrested. What I miss about the olden days is everyone is nowadays everyone is min-maxing games, and the community aspect of that is just lost. I mean, depends on if you're trying specifically to engage with that or not, right? Gwendol, thanks for the raid. That's very kind of you. Welcome, raiders. We're talking about the internet back in the day and debating as to whether or not it was better or not. I say that there was elements of it that were better, but I think a lot of improvements have been made that are very good. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? You know, I'm not going to lie, Wuzzle. I think that Luigi did a very interesting thing politically that made a lot of people think. I think shooting the guy in charge is never going to actually fix the problem. Because, just like the Borg, if you have a giant corporation with some guy in charge and you kill him, all that's actually going to do is make life for people who live nearby worse, because police density is going to get thicker. Just for one thing, what you actually need is you need legislation to give them pay cuts. And you need to change how they are legally obliged to maintain their businesses. If you just say, shoot the guy in charge, dude did a good thing, I would say. But it's not the solution to all of the problems. I mean, it certainly got people talking, which was beneficial. No, they wouldn't, because they're legally obliged to bump up the price of asthma meds 3 times, right? Like, as a diabetic, I spent $400 on these fucking... No, not that one. On these fucking things last month, so that I can have this shitty device that tells me that I'm not dying. I'm well aware of how crappy medical companies are. But if you killed every single one of their CEOs, you'll just get 2 more and they'll just have armed security. And the last thing I want to live near is military, like, private security, which is what will happen if you just do that repeatedly. What's powerful is people talking and legislature changing, laws changing. You can absolutely get people talking in the short term and it's fun to joke about. But you're not actually going to get anything done practically. And preaching it doesn't really do anything aside from just start this discussion. Anyways, if you guys don't know who Quendelf is, she streams a lot of Dwarf Fort, so you should go give her a follow. I don't know if she got a shout out, so I'll do that now, after my very specifically targeted statement. I live in Canada, Wazul. I just am lucky enough to make enough money that I actually have to pay off a deductible to be able to get insulin, right? Because I make enough money that I get to pay for it. When I was broke, I didn't have to pay for it. I had to pay, it was like $80 or something once a year for my deductible. Now my deductible's about $2,000. Once I paid off half of it, then the government covers 80% of it. But it's still not free, right? And so while I completely agree with you, completely, killing the guy in charge is not going to fix the problem. It's just going to make the problem worse. Because legally they have to perpetuate the problem. Business is the problem. Investment is the problem. The stock market is the problem. But if you get above a certain amount, Wazul, what will happen is it'll come out of your taxes. Like, you need to realize I pay about 20 grand a year here in taxes in Canada, which goes to covering the vast majority of my medical costs and other people's medical costs. And I'm totally okay with that. That is fine. It's the way it should be. But what you need to realize is that just simply shooting the guy who's making the product isn't the problem. The problem is the law that allows the product to cost that much to begin with. Anyways. You had your first brawl spiral today? Oh, like, started by a tavern? Yeah. If you have tavern keepers and annoyed dwarves, that'll happen periodically. That is a 1 damaged boot. I mean, Brawl Spiral is better than Tantrum Spiral, because Tantrum Spiral is no longer a thing. Also, Best Creebits, I'm sad that I killed your dwarf today. Lever preventing the ocean from flooding the fortress to main entrance. Oof, okay. Well, wait, preventing it from flooding the fort. Do I have one that's preventing it from flooding the fortress? Hold on. Let me check. Well, I mean, okay, so I don't really have a specific lever that's preventing it from flooding the fortress. So I guess this would be what it would be. There you go. In the DF Morbid kind of way? Yeah, I don't mind when that sort of stuff happens. It's not really something for a nice Dwarf Fortress stream. Just realize that, like, I do agree that it's fun to meme about. But also understand that you're memeing about murdering somebody. And some people are real shit. You know, your Bobby Kotick's of the world. Some people are real shit. But personally, I think Bobby Kotick should be condemned with the imprisonment of permanent retirement and locked in a golf course. Not being shot in the head. Screw Bobby Kotick, but at the same time, nobody deserves that. Meanwhile, like, Elon Musk should just go to Mars and stay there. It's fine. Just tell him there's a lot of money there. He'll go. Golf course with no caddies! Yeah, exactly. Make him carry his own goddamn golf clubs. A true curse. But, you know. Nobody deserves to die. The laws should just be changed. That's how you actually solve problems. You're an adequate Marks dwarf, eh? You finally managed to get a fort with a foothold in the first cavern with a steady farming, but your dwarves keep leaving their clothes in the fortress when they get new ones, as they're a way to make the worn clothes get picked up and put into a stockpile. Well, there's two ways you can do it. As you can see, there's just clothing around. The first way is by putting cabinets in their bedrooms, and then dwarves that are not messy will put their clothes away. The second way is to go make a refuse stockpile like this one, and then go into the clothing section, and then set it so that clothing gets put in here. And then any clothing that is damaged, see, damaged, will just get chucked in here and then rot away much faster, or in my case, I'm using a minecart to crush it with a drawbridge. Yeah, it just gave him offspring. That's all it did. Let's hope it doesn't fling stuff everywhere. No, it didn't. That's good. Or, like, you know, give him a way to return sentient. Into Dwarf Fortress's circus. I mean... This seems like an SNL bit. I need to get some dwarves into the military. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Needs to be extravagant. How about you, peasant? Sometimes cruel. Oopsies. Do have a wife. Wife wants martial training. Let's just throw all the peasants in. Although Wolfist Wolf is unfortunately unable to use his arms. So I'm going to make Wolfist Wolf into the no longer the leader of this squad. I'm going to move my other squad leader into there. And Wolfist Wolf is going to become the captain of the guard. And I'm going to make a prison. There you are. Wolf the Axe Lord. Speaking of, Eggs is running around on a crutch. Oh, you just dropped it. Sweet, you literally just finished healing. So, I need to figure out where I'm going to put your prison. Wazul, I'm just going to state this. You said you were sorry for bringing this up, and that this wasn't appropriate for a Dwarf Fortress stream. Why are you tripling it down and then saying that we should put people into concentration camps? Are you just trying to perpetuate this with grimmer, darker, and, you know, I hate to call you this, and don't take this personally, fascist rhetoric? Like, realize that what you're saying doesn't make you the good guy. Okay? Now I'm going to ask you, let's not preach bringing back the absolute fucking worst of history. And you better change the subject. I don't care where you vote, but you're saying that we should bring back penal colonies. I said we should send Elon Musk to Mars. That's funny and a joke. You're saying we should bring back penal colonies and send politicians and business people there. That's fascist shit. Just realize the rhetoric you're spouting. I agree, someone over there. But, like, careful with what you wish for. That's all. Also what Pinguil said. You know, people live there. It's not some trash bin for people you don't like. I mean, it wouldn't work is the reality. Strippers. Also, hi, I heart strippers. How are you? Are you okay, Lucas? What? Your designs always seem kind of forced. I mean, I use this excuse quite frequently, Stipend, which is you are used to looking at things that you've built. So when you see something that somebody else built, or something else that somebody else imagined, you think to yourself, how in the world did they ever create this? I don't know how they look so natural. I just kind of build things the way I like looking at them and try and make shapes and designs that I enjoy looking at. There really isn't any more logic or thing behind it other than that. It's just, I make things I like to look at. So I'm not entirely sure how or why my fortresses look so natural when yours look forced. Maybe they look forced because you're used to looking at them, and thus they don't feel exciting or new or fresh because you spent a lot of time building it and you see all of the flaws in it. Or what you would describe as flaws. Like, we are all our own worst critic, right? Myself included. I'm certainly not, like, free from that. I mean, the way I got used to building structures like this was learning to make fortresses in caverns and then limit myself to only the structures that are in the caverns. That was how I kind of mentally trained myself to build forts like this. This is really funny to me. So there's a siren going by outside right now. The dog that is one floor below me basically never barks. He's a very quiet dog for the most part. But whenever a siren goes by, dog immediately starts fucking howling. So I hear just siren and then just off in the distance. It's just kind of funny to me. You know, I think it's kind of funny, strippers. One, that your name is Strippers, so I have to call you Strippers all the time. But two, that people use Star Trek as like a blueprint for like a utopia or a better society, because the whole point of DS9 was pointing out that no, it is not. Like, do they have a lot of neat ideas? Certainly, but it absolutely suffers from most of the same problems still as our society does. It's like, did you not watch Deep Space Nine? God damn it. Yeah, well, I mean, in 2012, the planet split in half and all other crazy things happened. That was a wild movie. You actually didn't? Oh, well. I will say that movie probably ages horribly. That's one of those movies that came from an era of like special effects that just kind of... Oh shit. I missed an artifact. Crud. Oh well. Well, I mean, it's a utopia if you're at the top of the ladder in most societies. Yeah, that's what I was referring to as the movie 2012. That's a movie I've seen that I feel like nobody else should have seen, and hopefully you didn't see it, because, oh my god, it was bad, but it's, like, extremely dumb in a funny way, I guess. It's just exceptionally stupid. That's the whole thing. 2012 was shit and you loved it? Sure. Yeah, I would say the same about me. Oh, no, totally. But, like, that was why... Okay, now we're just talking about Star Trek lore here. That's why Deep Space Nine is interesting, because it's the follow-up series that directly ties into the one that made it very utopic, right? Like, Next Generation is, like, supposed to be the idealized vision of humanity, and then DS9, which directly is a sequel to Next Generation, shows that while... sure, in many ways, it is a pretty utopia-like view of the direction humanity could go. It's still far from perfect and is full of flaws. Because I only do that in fortresses where I have a specific theme that requires me to do something like this. This fort in particular has no alerts turned on. So I don't see any, I don't have any notifications or any alerts. So if something bad is happening, I want to be able to scroll out and see things on multiple levels. So the reason I'm doing this is so that I can see what the fuck's happening while being a layer up. Yeah, I really like the green glass furnaces. Respectfully disagree, but Voyager ties in similar ways to DS9. I think the writing is better in DS9. Voyager has some pretty bland character development that I didn't like, and everybody's like way too horny. I don't know. Not my shtick. I wasn't a fan. But anyway, I'm not going to debate Star Trek lore with you because at the end of the day, it's like personal preference. All I'm saying is that many parts of Star Trek would indicate that it's far from a utopia. These days, I'm done with Star Trek and probably won't watch anything else related to it. Someone over there. You have to second that your designs are quite interesting to look at. Sometimes you like to incorporate ideas from others because aesthetics is just another dimension in the game to learn. No, totally. I mean, Dwarf Fortress Endgame is just like, it's like Warframe. It's Fashion Frame. Fashion Fort! Fashion Souls, Fashion Fort, Fashion Frame, Fashion Craft. Do people call World of Warcraft that? I don't know. You know. Or maybe that would be Minecraft, I don't know. Fashionscape? Yeah, I've heard Fashionscape. I just generally don't think about RuneScape that much these days. For some reason or another, I'm not sure what. I'm making a space for my Captain of the Guard. Also, like, weird conversations today. Just want people to know that, you know, some pretty harsh things have been stated in the last hour. I don't mean any of it personally. I just think discussion of language is interesting. Which is kind of all this really has been. So, thanks for participating and being mature, chat. Aside from, like, when we're debating Star Trek lore, then you can be as petty and immature as you like. Within reason. Because who fucking cares? And how'd that go, Pinguil? Going back to the realms of old school RuneScape. Oh man, I caught a bunch of giant buzzards. Chat, do you guys see what I see? No, you can't tame agitated beasts. They will remain agitated. At least, to my knowledge, they do. I wonder if you breed them if they remain agitated. Was there 2 forgotten beasts in cages? Cage trap with a gas problem? Kinda. This one killed a goblin. Towering hairy newt has noxious secretions. It has wings of stretched skin, and it appears to be emaciated. Is the pig a master dodger? Pigs don't train, so no. And the other one is Singa, Echoed Shadow, who killed some random goblins and some goblin peoples. 1, 3, 3, 4. The Lamented Midnight is the group that it's an enemy with. This one has Deadly Dust and is a gigantic hairy nematode. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be able to pick up those cages, I don't think. Although, actually, hold on. I'm not seeing any dust anywhere. Because, like, you'd think it would be on the walls. Because, like, this stuff is. The cage type doesn't matter much. I don't think. Yeah, the dust seems to be stuck in there. Well, actually, maybe it's because noxious secretions is just expelled kind of at random, whereas deadly dust is only expelled when they activate it. Now I want to know if I were to just like construct this terrarium somewhere, if it would just infect anybody who walked near it. Because that would be pretty fucking funny. That's the case. Like, that would be kind of great. Nuclear waste level Forgotten Beast? Yeah, pretty much. It's also kind of funny that, like, it's in a terrarium, so it's just this green cube. I would say all directions, not just yours in specific. It's non-discriminating farts. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'm waiting for the ads to finish. Well, good news is that we caught them. Bad news is that, well, we caught them. Okay, well, dwarves are kind of upset right now. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to forbid this. I'm going to pull this. And then I'm going to finish butchering those giant buzzards. Get all the body parts put away. Well, actually, yeah, let's just butcher those buzzards. Get all those cages put away. And then I think we're going to just have a festival. Just going to lock the dwarves inside for a bit. Yep, this is true. Little Tibby, that is absolutely true. They can also melt off their own fat. And also, if they're made out of, like, fire, they'll burn their way out of wood cages. Man, this dwarf is upset. Okay, so I'm just going to make a burrow. And this burrow is going to be called Party Time. It's me for here. It's going to include this. It's going to be for over here. Over there. And over there. As well as all of these bedrooms. All these bedrooms. All these bedrooms. Maybe that space too. Party time. That up there. Also permit this. The well. And the hospital, in case somebody gets injured. Going to enable it. And I'm going to take this squad and set it to no orders. I'm going to go here. Going to remove these. Say, Dwarf says, please go chill. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to here. I'm going to pause everything. Uh-oh. Yeah, those are still getting butchered. Fraga used to be rich. Congratulations, Fraga. Let's just let these dwarves discuss their problems for a little bit. Bearded dwarf. Zuglar the furnace op. Be the dwarf you get. You're reading Errors in the Farm. That dwarf was like zooming. This dwarf right here is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. He can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and he often acts with compassion. Often feels lustful and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he doesn't seek out excitement. Of course, he can occasionally overindulge. He laughs in a unique way whenever he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at crap weather. Personally, strongly values tranquility and quiet, and values tradition, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes cryolite, as well as bismuth bronze and golden beryl and tunnel tube, giant brown recluse spouter silk, and flasks, and of course, llamas for their wool, and prefers to consume sturgeon, pearl millet beer, and can't stand bats. Where's the war? Can you come? In the goblin's house, and sure. Just redeem a dwarf. We'll send you off. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Although something I do need to finish, unironically, is this over here. And I'm going to go over here real quick and just make this into a dungeon. And this... Actually, let's just turn this off for a second. We'll just get this done. You headed out for the night, Mareb? We'll see when we see you, dude. Eh. Oh. I turned on the Life's a Beach zone by mistake. That explains a lot. I was like, why did everybody disappear? It's because everybody's above ground? Party time is the one I wanted to turn on. I'm so very sorry, dwarves. This isn't helping anybody. This is just making things 1,000 times worse. Well, I didn't quite mean beach party, but here we are. And then right here is going to be a office, and also a dining hall soon, but currently just an office. And sorry to the dwarf who was assigned to Wolfest Wolf and is no longer. Sorry, Inges. Which means we should soon, and by soon I mean in a moment, have, you know, a dwarf running around and beating the crap out of people, most likely. We have a dungeon, we have this, and we have that. Although currently you're just over here reading. He's reading the Wizard's Guide to Trenches. Seems like a very important guide. Uh-oh, Giant Buzzard is fighting with Maffle. That seems bad. Let's just get these done. And then we can go down to party time and enable it. What am I up to today? I'm playing Dwarf Fortress with no in-game alerts turned on. And eventually going to play some, what's it called? Half Sword. Maybe in about 40 minutes. What are you up to today? How do I usually end a fort? It depends on the fort. I mean, like, if you asked me that question, like, back in the version 47 days, I would probably say, yeah, I usually end the fort by digging too deeply. But that's no longer a quick thing. So, like, going to the underworld kind of takes too long a lot of the time, so I kind of don't usually bother, to be honest. I am going to keep the butcher shop accessible, though. Where is it? So I kind of don't bother most of the time because it's slow and tedious to get down there. If it wasn't so slow and tedious, I'd be more keen to dig too deeply as a more common form of ending a fort. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make this accessible down here. But because, like, it's slow and tedious now to do it, I don't care so much. I end the fort when I've completed the goal for the fort, or when I feel satisfied with the fort. Like, this fort, I'll probably keep it alive for, I don't know, another 2 or 3 streams, probably till the end of the week. And then we'll start a new one next week, most likely. There we go. We now have enough cages. Or chains, in this case. First the fort, and then the world. We'll see you later, Cthulhu. The quintessential Anime Beach episode. Accidental Anime Beach episode, in this case, I would say. Chad, how do you normally end a fort? That was a question from I'm not sure when in the YouTube chat. But think retiring into adventurer is like probably what I would like to say that I do. It's probably what's going to happen in this fort because I built quite the collection of fun power weapons. I mean, what does this have? Yeah, this one's... Yeah, they're all just difficult to look at, so maybe this world's just kind of boring for those. Maybe I won't. Because causing things to go blind in adventure mode isn't that effective as a defense mechanism with water, fire, or circus. Ah. Fire is a challenge because a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress don't burn. So that dwarf that failed an artifact a while ago and is now dead. So I'm just gonna throw the tombs into this party time zone. Let's just make sure that somebody's doing the tomb thing. There we go. I want to say one of the most dramatic ends I ever had to a fortress was when I had a forgotten beast that was made of steel just insta-kill my entire fort. It happened so quickly, like... it was like minutes passed, and suddenly the fort was done. I was like, well, okay. And for the rest of the day, I had people saying, wait, what happened to the fort? Because I had like 150 dwarves and was like kind of just getting to like mid-late game. I was like, well, about that. So since the dwarves are on break, I'm going to poke around and find me another militia captain. It was creating a great work of art, and this was realized. You want to fight and you want excitement. Easily move to mercy, is slow to anger, dislikes obligations, will try to avoid being bound by them, is conflicted by this for more than one reason, is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and finds parties merrymaking in the abstract, and doesn't focus on material goods, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and doesn't handle stress well. Well, never mind then. How about you? The Gelder over here wants martial training. Dreams of raising a family, personally dislikes competition, and doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. Likes self-control, is resilient. Bacchio, you can run a squad yourself. This is a clother who wants to learn something. I'm creating a great work of art. Well, you can go over here and be a scholar. Also, almost. Needs the human might help. Oh man, you saw that dwarf keel over in front of you. That can't be good. You pondered anything? Pondering stitches. Oh, so this dwarf is thinking about medical skills. This dwarf's got crippling shyness, eh? Steel spider with deadly dust. Yikes. Bold to assume I get to decide when the fort ends. You know, honestly, Lord Fusion in YouTube chat, like, you've hit the nail on the head there. You've hit the nail on the head. Hit the nail on the head. Although that's when you realize that you've played too much of this game. Like, I'm not bored of playing this game because of how I play this game. The fact that I play it kind of fast and loose and I let things go wrong and I kind of set up problems that I know that I'm going to have to solve later is part of the entertainment for me. But at the same time, I'd be lying if I said that, like, everything about this game was still exciting and new to me, because it's not really. Like, there's absolutely points where I go, man, like, I miss the days when I was still excitedly learning things, you know? When I was still coming to grips with the basics and, like, fucking up constantly and being told by chat that I was doing something wrong and then getting laughed at. Like, I do miss those days to a degree, because there's something cool about the every time you play, you discover 5 new things that you didn't realize the game did before. And, like, that still does happen sometimes. It just doesn't happen anywhere near as much anymore. Like, I still discover things I'd never thought of or contemplated before, and I still discover new mechanics, and I still learn new things, especially when stuff's added. But a lot of the time, you know, it's just me manipulating the game into creating the outcome that I'm looking for. Which, that can also be very fun and very entertaining. But it's not quite as exciting as it is the first time you discover a lot of that stuff. So they should be able to go get the gear that's all up here. Just curious if... Okay, so they're just not picking up equipment because they're in the burrows still. An all-knowing God teaching the younglings? No, I mean, I get that. There is something cool about being an all-knowing God. And getting to realize that you just know so much more than most of the people playing the game. There certainly is something super cool about that. Okay, so let's just go to bars. I need to make... $90 steel bars and also steel greaves. Let's make 10. And I'm going to slowly start moving the jobs back out to other areas again. And I'm also going to enable this, which will allow workshops to source materials from outside of the burrow. Let's also stop the paused making of pig iron bars. Moods are improving quite a bit. They're obviously not perfect still, but a lot of dwarves are getting the opportunity to read a lot of books, which is also very helpful. Chief Medical Dwarf also wants to do some combat stuff. The idea of war is utterly repellent when at peace at all costs. Yeah, but how do you feel about beating people up? Probably parties in the abstract, and you know what? Chief Med. It's time to move you to a different career path, I think. Snail can be my chief medical dwarf, and also my manager. And is running around naked holding a copy of Mysteries of Reproduction. Totally normal. But I do honestly feel like am I enjoying the gameplay without notifications better? Challenges are not about making the game more enjoyable. Challenges are about enticing people to tune into the goddamn stream. Please watch the stream. Oh fuck, please watch the stream. If you don't watch the stream, I will literally die. So it's got nothing to do with my enjoyment. But am I? I guess. It's fine. It's not like a bad challenge or anything. It's enjoyable enough. It's not unenjoyable. What's up, Zalcer? How are you? I love how, like, Greaves are the one thing I'm short on. Also, watching people make mistakes and learn is so much more. That is true. Yeah. Like, talking through other people's mistakes is certainly part of the fun these days. Another DF crash? Oh, that's unfortunate. Postal Bell. You having consistent crashes? If you can, go grab your crash report from your game install and chuck it up onto the KitFox Discord, the bug report room. Putnam will take a look at it most likely. It says that you're going here to eat, but what are you eating? Are you eating a plum? You must be eating a plum helmet spawn. Man, all of the tables are busy. I'm just gonna make... What do I have in here? A lot of silver. Iron, we have galena, lemonite. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do lead table. I'm seeing dwarves eating and drinking without having tables or chairs. So make 20 of each of those. Those will all go into the library. Falling into the start of a new game, get an hour into it and lose interest cycle? Have you tried starting the game, Have you tried starting the game differently than you do normally? As an example, if you keep losing interest, have you tried, instead of starting with a fortress, starting with an adventure? Or perhaps trying to just read legends until you find a world that you find compelling enough so that you want to stick with it? Of course, you know, the use of things like Legends Viewer can assist with this. I will also say that, like, Dwarf Fortress is very much a game that, you know, it's not so much a World of Warcraft. It's more of a Guild Wars. It's more of a game that you play when the new expansion comes out and then you let it sit for a year. And, you know, like, my audience is very descriptive of this because I'll see people around almost every stream for 2-3 months and then they'll disappear for maybe a year and then come back. Just something that's maybe worth noting. Poor empathy, high willpower. Anyway, I don't know if that helps, but those are some things that I like to think about. Poor social awareness, clumsy, sickly, developed empathy. Well, I'm going to give you orderlies. What about you? You want martial training and you want excitement? In terms of mastering skill in the stream was realized. Legendary brewer. But also adequate swords dwarf. I don't think it's got anything to do with being fickle. I think that burnout's just real and something that a lot of people just don't bother really taking into account. don't think it's got too much about being fickle. I think it's more just maybe people who've been playing games for a long time have a healthier relationship with games than people who haven't. And I do actually think that taking breaks means that you have a healthier relationship with games than people who don't. Ah, I see. Snail, I need you to go do manager stuff unless you're, like, too busy doing doctor things now. And that's often the way to do it, right, Zelswer? You know, Yobachidu in YouTube chat, I'm probably butchering your name. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where it has, like, maybe a 3-hour basic skill level learning curve. So, like, if you're just going to sit down and, like, bash your head against it and learn the basics, it only takes a couple hours, especially for Fort Mode. It's not that complicated. And I think a lot of people go into it expecting it to be like a 150-hour learning curve to learn the basics. Learning the basics is very easy in Dwarf Fortress, in my humble opinion. Of course, there's a lot of nuances and things that you'll bump up against. You're like, what? Pretty consistently, but like the basics, the very bare bones entry-level basics are pretty similar to other games like it and relatively easy to pick up if you've played a video game before. That being said, it's a game where you need to put maybe 30 to 50, maybe closer to 80 to 100 hours to really start finding what makes Dwarf Fortress cool and how to manipulate it into telling stories that you find interesting. That takes a while. And because of that part of the learning curve, I think that it's pretty common that people almost immediately dislike Dwarf Fortress when they first get into it. And it takes them a good chunk of time to get to a point where they're enjoying it more and understanding why it's cool. And I think a lot of people just don't get that far. But I do think that like, understanding why Dwarf Fortress is cool part is going to be different for everybody and is going to be something that everybody's going to need to do in their own way to be able to find the interesting parts of it and figure out what makes the game interesting. Yeah, and I think that's going to vary from person to person. I don't think that's going to be the same in almost any situation. This dwarf's spine is actively bleeding. That's grim. Got one dwarf who's been convicted of disorderly conduct. Who's this dwarf? So we're going to go beat the criminal. So the dwarf that's going to go beat the criminal has no ability to use their hands. Did you actually punish him with a beating? Nope. Oh. I see. You can't punish him with a beating because you can't use your hands. So in that case, the dungeon master is going to be Burton. Congratulations, you have a very important job, Burton. You are the dungeon master, and I'm going to give you a toy axe as your symbol. We're also going to make you into the hammerer. Because that toy axe is funny. That's why. And let's move the dwarves into this area. Ah. Well. The good news is Dwarfs is all underground. And the Goblins is here for another siege. Well, I mean, getting hit with a toy hammer is just like insult to injury, right? You committed a crime. Oh no, you're going to prison. Oh no, you're getting a beating. Ah, bonk. What? It's terrifying, truly. Meditate on creation. So now the hope is that I'll actually be able to, you know, do this correctly this time. Inflatable toy hammers. Well, I mean, it is made of, like, stone. Like, it's made of rock. So, I mean, it would probably still hurt. It just wouldn't hurt as badly as you might imagine. All right. I'm very proud of myself having caught not one but two forgotten beasts. See how big that siege is. Oh, not that big. All right, so is the fight going to go better than the last one? What do you think, chat? Well, I did kind of screw up in one spot. I forgot to pull this lever again, so I do have to let a dwarf pull this lever. Jack Narek is going to go pull the lever. Also need to unforbid those pants. Swimmingly, ideally. Dwarf can only hope. Okay, so that should let water go this way. Let's make sure that they're coming in. I'm too zoomed in right now. Well, here they come. That by they, I mean the goblins. Yeah, I mean, those pants literally were forbidden. Does it menace with spikes? I don't remember. Hold on. It's a quartzite toy axe. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with marquee cut yellow zircons and decorated with spider silk, encircled with bands of oval quartzite cabochons, one humped camel bone, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of slate and menaces with spikes of pig bone. It does, in fact, menace with spikes, specifically of pig bone. YouTube chat wanted to know if that toy hammer menaced with spikes, so I was just confirming that yes, in fact, it do. And here cometh the Gribbins. Yeah, I saw that too, the human book. Like human music, right? That's the Rick and Morty bit, I think. Or is it people music? I can't remember. I've never seen Rick and Morty. I've seen that reference. So chat, I would like to play some half sword tonight because I was having fun with the demo yesterday, and I want you guys to laugh at me while I'm terrible at that game. We've been playing almost 8 hours of Dwarf Fort. I think we finish this siege up, and then play some half sword. What do you think? Does that work for you guys? Wanted a specific fine pewter bar for their artifact. Usually I've seen that a couple times as well, and they generally specifically specify it. Like I had an artifact making dwarf that wanted a particular type of legendary god material metal, like the stuff that's generated, which I only had 1 bar of, and I didn't have more, and they wanted more than 1. So the dwarf died, which was a shame, but also kind of interesting, because I'd never seen that before. It's MCU tier to you now? Man, you know that your franchise has gone to shit when people are using it to insult other franchises. Wow. I never watched Rick and Morty, so I hated it ever since working at McDonald's and Szechuan sauce becoming a thing. So I was very early on the I fucking hate Rick and Morty train. In fact, I was on it before it was cool, I think. So basically, we're waiting for them gobs to be down in here. Still going to take a wee bit of time. But damned, I mean, if you insist. I think I was just exposed to a lot of very immature children. Thankfully, I worked the night shift, so it wasn't so bad at night because most of them were in bed. But unfortunately, there was some adults, too. And you never interacted with the fan base? I've got nothing against the show. I mean, I've seen a few snippets of it here and there, and it always seemed fine. Like, inoffensive at best and, like, annoying at worst. But, I wouldn't say it was ever really my sense of humor, per se. It was a bit, like, lol, so random in not a good way. Kind of like a worse Adventure Time, which I also wasn't a huge fan of. All right, so the goblins is all locked in here now. Because I didn't horribly screw it up this time, I can now pull this lever. And this, I'm actually going to show this in ASCII because it's clearer, believe it or not. So this is my entryway. All of this. The G's are goblins. I'm going to move this 1 turn at a time. Okay, maybe I should move it more than 1 turn at a time. There it goes. And then we just need to wait for the top of this to refill, which it currently is, quite quickly, as you can see right there. Going back to 7 full. And then it'll spill up and over, drown these goblins, and then go down to this side. Check, can I get a big wall of my water emotes? Because if I go to this screen, you'll see all of the goblins that are currently drowning. All the ones that is blue. Soon to be Mo. Oh, in fact, there it goes. The game actually lagged. Like, here's this goblin. And then sudden wall of water hits him. So now, assuming they don't know how to swim, they will drown pretty quick. There they go. This is the classic, man, I really hope that I remembered to, you know, lock the door. Man, this one's refusing to drown. Okay, there you go. All right, now that the siege is dead, that's closed. I'm not gonna close the drain yet. I'm just gonna, or the water flow entrance. I'm just gonna go pull this lever. This lever should drain this because I want to show you guys just how quickly this fills up. Whenever a dwarf pulls it. Like, look at that. It's always great. Always good. And then I can go here and pull this, which gets pulled pretty quickly, I would hope, which will close this. I didn't see it coming, huh? Well, when we build the sequel to this, we'll have to make a few more before we get to Ocean's 11. Water is draining, but slowly. When this gets pulled, this will close right here, which it's been pulled. Yep. So now this is closed, which means most of the water is now drained already, most of it. And I can go pull this, because these are all at 1s and 2s and pretty much empty. This is actively filling and draining simultaneously. When the bridges pop back, which shouldn't take too long. No, they aren't. That's closed, and then this just drains up on the left. And dwarves are much less disturbed by skeletons than they are by rotting bodies. So we'll just wait for a while, and when they become skeletons, we'll then just, you know, let the dwarves run in and go pick up the bodies and chuck them. And the entrance is already accessible, fully reset and ready to go. So now I just need to pull this lever. And then if I go up to here, this lever. Now we can access the outside again. Any builds with fluids look amazing in DF. One of my favorite ones I ever built was in a fortress called Mothfall, which was named after an adventurer who fell off their moth mount whilst exploring the area. And Mothfall's Mothfall's great beginning was... So, how do I put this? Mothfall's greatest achievement... This dwarf definitely has some health problems. You're insisting that you don't have them, but you definitely do. Mothfall's greatest achievement was building water cannons that had so much pressure behind them that they actively killed the enemy with water pressure. They would just get blasted so hard they would hit the wall behind them and instantly die. Another thing that I did in that fort is I would basically like suspend metal balls higher up in the water feature, and then when I would drop it, it would send the metal balls flying at the enemy too. So they would also get collided with ricocheting metal. It was a good time. Very much a pain in the ass to set up, so I just kind of don't bother now. Let's do 10 more steel breastplates. And now I'm just going to go into here and turn this off. And turn this off. Let these dwarves go wherever to make whatever. And also go up to here and unlock these. And moods are significantly better than they were before, but albeit still not perfect. Over here, let's just do quartzite. Same with over here. My video on the Moses device is so fascinating. That was maybe one of the worst intentionally bad frame rates I've ever had. Like, a thing where I was like, okay, I know this is gonna completely demolish my frame rate, but like I did it anyway. It was so bad for frames, but it was pretty cool, I'll admit. I did definitely have a good time with that fort. Wait, there's... Oh, wow. I think actually, never mind. I think we are actually out of gems. No, we are. We are indeed. Then the other thing I can do is I'm going to go down here. And this is just a pro tip for anybody who likes to not manually assign tasks. So assuming you're not just like going up there and like clicking do this thing, repeat. Just click X if you have a bunch of stuff paused, and it'll just automatically re-up it. Your manager will go do the job for you. When Moses split the sea. Well, I don't think Moses split the sea. I think that was fiction, but I'm sure for anybody who would witness an event such as that would probably... you know, feel like time was slowing down due to the sheer stress and anxiety of such a feat. I mean, like if a tidal wave was coming towards me, I think time would slow down for a moment. My life would flash before my eyes. But I don't think Moses actually parted the sea, so sorry to be a party pooper there, but... Limonite ore. Monthly. If amount of iron bars is less than 10, the amount of limonite is greater than 10. Because I got plenty of limonite and it's all over here. Maybe the world runs with the LSS. You know, for the same reason I think that conspiracy theories about Egypt not actually building the pyramids or somebody else building the pyramids for them. I find jokes about the world being just a giant simulation kind of insulting. But I hope the world doesn't run with the LSS, because I don't want there to be like some other interdimensional version of NVIDIA who's quietly also billionaires. That's way too grim. I don't know if I can live with that reality. What was I looking for? Can't remember. Like, could it at the very least be like some cool alien race? Like, could we at the very least just live in a marble? You know, like in Men in Black? I'd be much happier with that. If anyone would break reality, it'd be Croak. Yeah. Or like Dark Helmet from Spaceballs, and we're just a giant penis joke. Like, could we be anything else? I just want our actual reality to be funny. Quick, update the BIOS. You know, honestly, just fucking pull the battery out of the motherboard while you're at it. And just don't let us turn back on. It's okay. Just flick the switch to the power supply, mate. True, I'd much rather live in Discworld than I would like to live in a simulation owned by NVIDIA. At least let it be AMD, guys. Come on, I'd much rather run on a Sapphire card. That's a much cooler sounding name. I mean, come on, you can't possibly deny that that isn't a better name. Hmm. I'm just gonna go right here and just do this. It's just sort of like, you know, when people joke about the world being a video game, and it's like, what if the world was made by Bethesda? It's like, man, then the world would be so much jankier. It would be so much easier to break into people's houses if real life was designed by Bethesda. Although that being said, conspiracy theories about, you know, the like aliens making the pyramids, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't kind of fun to joke about. Because it is very fun to joke about, and I gotta give it that. Please God, no, I'll buy Skyrim again. I'll buy Skyrim again, I'll do anything! That's also pretty funny. Clearly you like torture. You know, I do like all the Steam reviews leaving positive reviews for Oblivion and then going, and then commenting on, yep, this bug still exists, or I still hate the lockpicking minigame, or I still don't understand this, or game still crashed in the same spot after this quest. It's like, yep, still that video game. Although, I have a question. How long until people turn on that remake because of, like, as far as I know, no mod support? At least nothing official? That's something that's been, like, rattling through my brain as of late, at least. Weirdos I knew built in college also happened to be rich, bro-type libertarians. What does that have to do with aliens being built by Egypt? I mean, the pyramids being built by aliens. Are you just saying it's just rich weirdos who don't know what they're talking about? Because that I'd agree with. That checks out. No, totally. Totally. Stoned. Totally. I completely agree that that's what you want. I'm just kind of squint a little bit. I mean, here's the thing. The problem is a lot of people don't go to college and are undereducated and just believe everything they read on the internet. Or everything that some guy in a suit says. That's the actual issue. It's like an education problem, Zelser. But I don't need to sit here and debate that. we agree that it's a kind of a problem, but I think human education is the actual issue there. Also that, yeah. What about some guy on Twitch? What did I do? What was it you needed from me? Oh, I'm out of Coke, aren't I? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go here and type in Coke. Please make me Coke. Isn't the horse armor DLC included in the, like, more expensive version of the game that they're selling, Hex? I could be wrong, but, like, someone could fact check me here, but I'm mostly certain that's a thing. In that version already, like, it's already there. Which I've also seen some, like, scuttlebutt from people saying, like, they don't get to joke about that because they actually did ruin the industry, which, yeah. But I'd also argue that the people who probably made that DLC weren't the people who made... The people who made that remaster weren't the people who made that DLC to begin with. So... that's my counter-argument, I suppose. I'm looking for coal. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will unpause the game when ad break done. She called the cops. Well, okay, fair enough. I mean, I also found it pretty funny, which is why I'm not somebody complaining about that. Because a DLC so nice, you bought it twice. Ah, ah, ah. Or, I mean, at least once, right? I just think it's a wee bit ironic because, like, remember when Street Fighter were, like, criminals for putting additional characters on the disc for purchase? It was such a big deal at one point. It's like, man, it's so quaint by today's standards. Also, like, in the current climate of video games, like cosmetic DLC for horses is kind of fucking whatever. It's more just kind of sad, like the sad reality, I guess. If nothing else. Man, you know, if COVID vaccines gave me 5G, Brian Burton, my signal would be so much better for my phone most of the time these days. Speaking of my phone, I left it in the other room. I should probably actually have that in the room in case someone tries to call me. All right. Phone's now in the right room. Yeah, I mean, horse armor in Morrowind, the remaster is just kind of funny. I'm very much on the team is funny. I mean, come on, it's not like there's a Nicki Minaj skin in that game. Looking at you, Call of Duty. Also, that game had Patrick Stewart in it, didn't it? They did patch the old dupe methods, though. People found new ones, I think. The thing that actually, like, genuinely made me chuckle was this past Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This is specifically the Microsoft Store and PC Game Pass versions of Oblivion. They patched out DLSS somehow. By mistake? Like, how? How do you even... How? How do you do that? What? That was the most I beg your pardon moment I had this weekend when it came to not, like, life-critical news. It's like, how do you even do that? How... do you patch out DLSS? You once killed Snoop Dogg in COD? You haven't played enough COD then. I was gonna say you haven't killed Snoop Dogg enough then, but... It's like saying you cured cancer by mistake. And then they put it back! I do agree that DLSS looks terrible, but I wouldn't compare it to cancer. But I do certainly agree that it looks awful. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to hit these. Well, I mean, to be fair, the studio that's making this remaster is Virtuous, which they're not a small studio, so like joke doesn't fully land. But they're not ZeniMax, like they're not Bethesda Game Studios. Firmly seated, but with the DLSS unpatch, the latest killer NVIDIA drivers, they are intentionally trying to blow up cards. Genuine question. What the fuck's going on with NVIDIA drivers? I basically don't follow tech news anymore because I just find it depressing. Because it's all either, like, tariffs or, like, yo, tech is fucked and everything is really expensive. And it's just kind of been that way for long enough now that I just kind of ignore it, for lack of a better term. So, like, what? Can someone, like, simple terms explain what the fuck's going on with NVIDIA drivers? Unrelated, but I also haven't updated my drivers in a minute. Yeah, I remember Sean Bean, but I'd completely forgotten about Patrick Stewart until I watched about 20 seconds of an Oblivion stream this past weekend. Also, I don't think I've seen Sean Bean in anything since Game of Thrones. What's he doing these days? They should get Sean Bean to play Eurist McEurist in the Dwarf Fortress cutscene. If they ever put that back in. In other news, they should remaster the Dwarf Fortress ASCII cutscene with full motion FMV starring Sean Bean. He was a target in Hitman. Okay, well, one, that was a little bit ago, and two, yeah, I do actually remember that. I feel like Sean Bean is probably a fun dude to chat with because he seems super self-aware of who he is in acting and what his career is. Also, we just got more migrants. Good lord, that's a lot of random livestock I don't need or want. But I will gladly eat them for them. And then down here, actually just going to do this real quick. And this is going to be another gem stockpile. Smaller TV shows? He's in a good prison TV series. Huh. I assume he's been dying in other film projects. Yeah. Is there anybody else who's known for dying as much as Sean Bean? Because, like, Sean Bean is quite literally a walking spoiler at this point. He's so typecast as just lovable hero who dies early. Like, conflicted main character who dies super early on in whatever the hell it is. Last Chip. I'm not familiar with Last Chip. You once had an Uber driver spend the whole trip trying to convince you that the U.S. government was using HARP to control the weather while the weather stuff was straight from the horse's tail. And after looking into it, I found it mildly entertaining that the U.S. government set up a program to point scientific things at the sky while waving a high-powered laser pointer and watch what happens. Like, as a way to, like, detect weather patterns? Because that's actually kind of interesting. But okay. My favorite / least favorite conspiracy theories are the ones that are based in some semblance of reality. So, like, you can understand how they came to that conclusion, and then you just kind of feel bad for them. It's like, okay, well, this makes no sense and is absolutely not reality, but I see how you came to this conclusion based on a lot of bad information. Or, like, massive misinterpretations of good information. What a place to sleep, Dwarf. You have a bedroom. There you go. You're going to go equip better gear. Kind of amazed I have no helms. How is this dwarf doing now that they've been, you know, training for a while? Wait, what? Have you not been training? Oh, no, you haven't. Instead, you're just reading. Well, at least you seem to like reading. Also, dwarf, what's your name? Autumn. When you're not reading, you can study. Also, Toolbelt is this dwarf's last name? What are the odds, man? You know, Sir Cannon Fodder, I've heard about it before. I just didn't know what the acronym meant. That whole thing kind of reminds me of that video that went viral a number of years ago of the guy in Florida screaming, "Why don't they just, like, fly some jets in circles and blow the hurricane away?" That's really what that reminds me of. Kind of more than anything. I find it really sad that the person who has no usage of their hands in this fortress, their biggest need is they just want to help somebody. Like, man, that's dark. Like, that is so grim. Now you want a movie where Sean Bean is a minor character that just come this close to kicking it, only to survive it every time? That seems like a reoccurring Seinfeld bit. Or not Seinfeld, South Park bit. Sorry, wrong S-starting TV show. I'm just going to go here and make a stockpile. And this is going to... You right here are going to give items to here. You right here are going to give items to here. You are not going to take any items from anywhere. You're only going to be for furniture and siege ammo. And then You are going to take items from here and here. Done. Which means stuff just has to be brought up there real quick. Actually, never mind. I will allow them to take items from anywhere. But no stone, no other materials, just metal. There we go. And you're going to encrust furniture with gems. And just do it monthly. I guess I'm just missing Sean Bean as an actor in movies. Holy shit, Cooler, you got your account back! How long has it been? Welcome back, dude. How goes the dwarfing? Pretty good. I've got all alerts turned off, so I don't always notice things happening. I've got some caged forgotten beasts in the basement, which are also currently covered in webs. So, you know, things are going all right, I think. We got a pretty solid little military that's building up slowly. This dwarf wants to practice martial art. You're literally doing an individual combat drill, dwarf. Kind of tempted to send that dwarf off to go become like a, you know, not a more useful member of society, but like, you know, somebody in charge of something. Just go tell them to go take over a location or something. Yeah, I always feel bad for dwarves that don't have any usage of their hands. Just because there is no, you know, real way to heal. Lead statue of fire snakes. What a cool thing, man. I think I might just turn this into a hospital. Oh shit, did I make you into a new hospital? I did. Crap. Let's put it into the old one then. Let's also get rid of this. And then I'm just gonna plop you in here, plop you in here, plop you, plop you, plop you. Let's plunk in these two traction benches. Go all the way along the back wall. Plus beds just kind of scattered about. Sorry. And then, oops, missed one. No, I didn't. And let's check what we've got up here. Ooh, zinc chest. Thank you, Tolus. And like endure with the bless yous. That's terrifying. The artificial aurora statement. If that's real, that's freaky. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Hey chat, we've been streaming for 8 hours and 19 minutes. Things are a little bit quiet in the Twitch parts over here. I mean, it is that time of year. And I think we've made some pretty decent progress on this fort. I realize the game just decided to save, so this kind of ain't the best timing. But how do we feel about playing some half-sword, chat? Oh, apparently Approaching Infinity has left early access after 12 years of development. If you guys want a good space roguelike, play Approaching Infinity. Just saying. Maybe I'll have to play some of that tomorrow. I kind of really want to play Half Sword today, but maybe we'll play some of that tomorrow. What do you think? It can be pretty frustrating if you're easily frustrated by video games, sure. Yeah, that's in regards to a comment about Half Sword. All right, let's go play some Half Sword. So that's it for Dwarfs for the day. If you're sticking around in YouTube chat, could I get around to beers? And Twitch chat, if you're sticking around, could I get around to beers? You're gonna have to wait for me to make a thumbnail for the YouTube thing though. And so it will take me a moment, but I'm gonna disappear for a second and turn off my recording. And I also have to say, for the VODs, Twitch chat, you can say goodbye VODs if you like. I think I'm just not that easily frustrated by video games. Yo, Bachido. Especially games that are like designed to frustrate you. I kind of turn that part of my brain off. It's like anybody here who's watched me play Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy will kind of know what I'm talking about. It's like I fall off of the point after the long snake slide and fall all the way back down to the beginning, and chat's like, how are you not mad? And I'm just like, it's part of the video game. Just kind of expect it to happen at a point. So I'm just going to tab out real quick while this saves and quickly make myself a thumbnail.